the Harris campaign. Individuals still watching behind closed doors. The vice president watching alongside family and friends tonight. A lot of the donors and other big supporters of the vice president's at a hotel here in Washington, D.C. watching as well before they arrive here a little bit later this evening. I'll tell you some of the data points that they are pointing to right now as potentially some good indicators. One comes out of Pennsylvania, Philadelphia, specifically as it relates to those 3 wards with the largest densities of Puerto Rican voters right now, that they say in those particular wards that they saw as of 5 o'clock, 3 hours before the polls closed, they had already reached the same number in terms of turnout as they had 4 years ago, which is to say that they believe that they are exceeding the numbers in the past. They think that's a good indication there. I'll punctuate a thought that Simone Sanders was just sharing a short time ago. I am hearing again about those college campuses right now, everywhere from Nevada, UNLV, all the way to a series of separate campuses in Philadelphia itself. Temple, one of them that they named Lehigh, Lafayette, elsewhere in the state as well. And she was talking about what is really key to the campaign right now in these sort of late evening hours, even after the polls have closed. They don't close if you are already in line. It's a message that they're sharing right now, FaceTiming in Jennifer Garner and to me, more among others, to keep those folks in line.
All right, Peter.
Simone was making that point a moment ago about if they can keep them in line.
You can keep them in line if Jennifer Garner's on the other line talking to your mom or Paul Rudd, and that's the strategy there. We've got a race to call here. Louisiana, no big surprise, but if you're filling out your map at home, you can add Louisiana there. Just 22% of the vote counted, but again, the margin expected to be rather large. So here's the map for those watching at home. The South, of course, reliably red for Donald Trump, and at this early hour, he is far out in front, but we await those key battleground states. And I think we've got Tom over there talking the great state of Ohio, a former battleground.
Semi-battleground, right? We got exit poll data out of Ohio as well. 17 electoral votes, about 55% of the vote is in. Trump is on top by about 266,000 votes. I want you to remember that number. Write it down if you can. I know it's kind of a big number, 266,000. The reason why I want to highlight that difference, because when we punch up Ohio here, so that's the spread, 287. It just changed. That's how fast voting data is coming in. Again, you know I love going to this. The remaining vote that's there. Again, here's the issue. The remaining votes in the Democratic counties like Franklin, which is Columbus, Cuyahoga, Cleveland. Look at the numbers here. In Cuyahoga, look how many votes are still out. 377,000. She's on top by 71%. Let's see how she did compared to Biden 4 years ago. 66%. So she's overperforming in Cuyahoga, and there's still a lot of that vote that's out. Let's go down to Franklin County. It holds the capital of Ohio, Columbus, 68%. Overperforming there with about 60% of the vote that's in. And then again, 266,000 remaining. So just those 2 counties, we're talking about more than 500,000 votes. And that's way bigger than the spread for the entire state.
Hey, Tom.
Yeah, go for it.
I mean, when you talk about some of her overperforming in those areas, the reason we expect Ohio likely goes red, but let's talk about the Senate race there. Yeah, because we have the control of Senate hanging in the balance right now, and it hangs on this Senate race.
Yeah.
Bernie Moreno, the car dealer, versus Sherrod Brown, the incumbent. What are you seeing?
Yeah, so look at this, neck and neck. The difference here, only 74,000. So what does that mean? That means the Republican in this race is underperforming Trump. There could be a split ticket issue here. Again, way too early, 56% of the vote in. But look, the difference here is 74,000. Remember that number I was telling you to remember? It was over 200,000. So that means that Trump is overperforming right now. Bernie Moreno is underperforming the Republican candidate. The incumbent is still down. But again, remember what I told you. There's a lot of that vote that's out in Cleveland, in Columbus. I'm going to look in one more spot here. Let's get back to the president's race. In Hamilton County, which is Cincinnati, she's at 62%. Biden was at 57%. Again, look, this could be some of the early vote that's come in. It could be some of that blue mirage. Again, we're purposely, this is all early, but I'm going to get back over to you guys because there's a projection.
Yeah, Tom, we got a projection in the state of Rhode Island. NBC News projects that Kamala Harris will win in Rhode Island when all the votes are counted. 4 electoral votes for her. Here's where the breakdown is. 31,000 vote difference, 74% of the vote in, but again, Kamala Harris, the projected winner there. Let's pull up the map. The road to 270. That brings Harris now to 34 electoral votes. Donald Trump still well out in front with 168. Remember, 270 is the prize that we're working our way toward. We'll take a break here. It's 9:30 in the East. The vote counting coming in. Our decision desk standing by to make more projections just ahead. 171 electoral votes up for grabs in the biggest haul of the night. Florida, with its 30 electoral votes, could be one of the first big calls of the evening.
And we'll get our first results from what may be the most important prize this election, Pennsylvania.
We love Pennsylvania.
It is good to be back in Pennsylvania.
The race could all come down to the Keystone State.
Pennsylvania is extremely crucial.
If Vice President Harris loses this state,
Pennsylvania, it all comes down to this.
her path to 270 narrows significantly.
We're going to win Pennsylvania.
So, Pennsylvania, are you ready to make your voices heard?
We're standing by for the first vote count and new exit poll information from this critical battleground as our decision desk gets ready to make new calls on the road to 270.
All right, getting ready for Pennsylvania. NBC's Stephanie Gosk is in Philadelphia. Stephanie, this is where the Harris campaign really needs to ramp up those turnout numbers. What are you seeing?
Yeah, they really do. Well, it's calming down here in Northeast Philadelphia. This is kind of a working class, diverse community. People still getting in under the wire in these last few minutes. But the big question, Savannah, afterwards is how long is it going to take to call the state of Pennsylvania? 4 years ago, it took until Saturday. I was on the phone with the former Secretary of the Commonwealth talking about the challenges they faced back then. 2.6 million mail-in ballots. That was what slowed the process down. And it was a new process for people in this state. 4 years later, they haven't changed the laws, but things are a bit better. There are fewer mail-in ballots, just under 2 million. They have new machines to process them and more people. But the optimistic outlook from election officials we have spoken to is that the
Okay, testing.
ballots won't be fully processed
What did I
until
miss?
Wednesday night into Thursday morning. And if this race is as tight as it was 4 years ago when Joe Biden won by about 80,000 votes, those
Hold on, give me a
mail-in ballots
second.
will be crucial to make the call here. So we're still talking days, Savannah.
Yeah, and in some of these big jurisdictions like Philadelphia, Stephanie, now they have election workers who are prepared to work all night and count all night. So perhaps it goes a little bit quicker. We'll check back with you a bunch. We have got Tom Yamas over at the big board, and you're still getting vote in from Georgia
What?
and North Carolina, two big pieces of the puzzle.
Yeah, and I want to talk about Georgia right
Hold
now.
on,
because
give me
North
30 seconds,
Carolina,
I'll be right
there's
back.
only about 2% of votes in. Let's look at Georgia, because I think what is happening here when we talk about Kamala Harris and her chances, she's overperforming Biden in some of these counties around the Atlanta metro area. I'm going to move the map over this way because I'm going to bounce around. Here on this side, the right side, this is where Biden was at 2020. Here's where Harris is tonight, 76% in. You can see she's overperforming there. We come to this other county, Clayton County. Again, these are the suburbs of Atlanta, those ring counties around Atlanta. 84% for Biden, 85% for her, so she's holding that high water mark. We move over to Rockdale. Look at this, 69% for Biden.
Hold on, is it
75% tonight
okay?
for Harris. They're
Obviously
looking
we're
at these
seeing
numbers tonight. Again,
different.
there's still a lot of vote out, but they're looking at these numbers tonight and they're telling themselves this is the kind of
Yeah,
rhythm they
it
want
could
for
be the
rest of
votes are
Georgia
just being
throughout the night.
counted and
Only 25%
some
of the vote
sources
is
are
in.
not like
Trump is way on top, but again,
completely
25%
updated,
of the vote
up to
is in.
date.
Remember, we can show you guys where the vote is out. These giant bubbles, the bigger the bubble, that's how many votes still have to be counted. So you can see a lot of the rural counties, a lot of them are coming in. There's still some in the rural county that are out, but the big area, remember,
Democrats. What? Hold on.
a lot of counties that are similar to that are here in the eastern part of North Carolina. And again, we're starting to get most, if not all, the results. Vance County here, large, rural, African-American heavy population. Biden won it by 19 tonight. Harris, just about all the vote in,
So
is
don't
winning
fret.
it by less, only 12 points right there. You can go next door to
the race
Warren
has just
County,
started.
26 for
So
Biden tonight.
give me a second. Based on the polling, right? This isn't off the chart. So let me refresh this. All right. Trump says 116. Okay. Yeah. I mean, based on, hold on. So this is again as estimated by the polling. If we go, no, oh my god. I don't. My bad. No, this is census. Every single time we reset this, it just automatically goes to census. But Okay, so this is the polling, right? So yeah, everything is happening as expected. Don't worry, the race just began. Even though Trump is ahead, it just a lot of these states, it just means the votes are being counted in pretty early. So, but no, what's going to decide is everything else. So it has just begun. I wouldn't jump to conclusion anytime soon. She's got to grab Pennsylvania, right? If everything goes as, you know, as polling estimated, if she grabs Pennsylvania, that's going to heavily reduce Trump's chance of like getting to that 270. So
20 for Kamala Harris, just about all the voted. I think you might be starting to see the pattern here. Bertie County, majority African-American, rural. Biden, 21.5 points 4 years ago. Tonight, about 17 points. Still.
Trump. What is going on in Pennsylvania? Hold on. Give me a second. No, this one. I want to see this is. Oh wait, what? Oh my god, it doesn't help that different sources have they're having a different reports. So Trump is 210. Oh no, this is not looking good for Trump. Wait, hold on. If Trump has Wisconsin? Wait, Wisconsin is going red? What is going on over there? What the? Okay, hold on. Let me refresh this. So, Michigan still undecided. Okay. Wisconsin was a swing state, so if Trump grabs that, Pennsylvania. Senate hours. What is ABC doing? What do they have?
Yeah, and again, the story in Pennsylvania, as we say, most of the state is going to be Democrats putting up giant numbers in these counties, and then Trump, that's with the mail vote, and then Trump with the same-day vote trying to chip away at that.
Yeah, she's ahead, okay.
And reverse
hold
it
on.
now. This one we flagged at the start of the night, so I want to check in on Lackawanna County, where Scranton is. This is one of the most complete counties. It is not complete yet, but it's one of the most complete we have so far in Pennsylvania. About 80% of the vote is in right here, and this is following exactly that pattern. The mail vote was reported out quickly here. Harris had a gigantic lead with that, and with every update since of the election day vote, Trump has been chipping
Georgia
away
going red.
80% right now in, so more to come. And again, this is a key county, I think,
I remember
once we get
it
full
went
results
blue.
here
Let me
to
double check.
understand where this might be going, because this is what we're looking at. In 2016,
It went blue
Donald
on
Trump, this was a
2020.
huge gain for Republicans. They used to get absolutely flattened here. Donald Trump only lost this county by 3 points and change. In 2020, Joe Biden, Scranton native, got it up to almost 10. And the question is, this is winning for Democrats statewide. This or anything less than that gets very shaky for Democrats statewide. So where tonight is this going to land? Right now, if you froze the election here and you said that's it, Democrats would be thrilled with this number out of Lackawanna County. We need to see, though, with that remaining 20%, if it continues to come down and it ends up looking more like this or even closer than that. But that's the most complete we have right now of a big, substantial county in Pennsylvania, and that's what we're looking at there. And again, just a couple other things to flag. We don't have much. Erie County, we will we'll keep an eye on it because there's only 2 counties in Pennsylvania that actually swung between 16 and 20. 2 counties that went for Trump in 16 and then flipped to Biden in 2020. Erie County is one of them. We basically have no vote from there, but that's a bellwether county we want to be following as it comes in. And the other one is on the eastern side of the state here. This is Northampton County. Now we got about a quarter of the vote in here.
It's
a lot of this
still too soon to tell, so let's not jump to conclusion. Although
Joe Biden won this thing
Georgia,
in 2020, this was a flip. And again,
we still have a few counting left, so let's not jump to conclusion at the moment.
Tallied up and come in. Can Donald Trump get back to that number and beyond it? Can he flip this county? These are potentially bellwethers in Pennsylvania. By the way, Wisconsin, you know, we started to get some results here out of Wisconsin too, and I just want to show you. We said at the start of the night, bow wow. The bow counties, Brown, Outagamie, Winnebago, blue-collar counties, Green Bay, Appleton, Oshkosh. These are areas where Donald Trump lost some ground in 2020, still won them, wants to win it back. And wow, that's Washington, Waukesha, and Ozaukee. These are core Republican suburbs where the Democrats have been gaining. Are the Democrats gaining more? So we do have now nearly 40% of the vote in the biggest of the wow counties. This is Waukesha County. And just to put this in some perspective, this was a bad showing for Republicans. Trump won Waukesha in 2020 by 21 points. But look, in 2016, Trump won it by 27. Go back to Mitt Romney, it was more than 2-1 Republican. This was bad. This is one of the reasons why Donald Trump lost in Wisconsin 4 years ago. Now, the way the vote is coming out in Wisconsin tonight is the absentee vote. We may get absentee vote a little bit later from some of these counties. It's done at the municipal level, but there could be opportunities here for Harris to grow the support. This is not like Pennsylvania, where this is just all.
Are some sources more updated than others?
So we want to keep an eye on
or are they pulling in different
want to get Harris over 40%
reports
in Waukesha. They want to keep making gains here.
Because
and so with 40%,
it doesn't help that
you're at about the,
there's discrepancy.
2020 level. And this is the other one. Ozaukee County, of all the counties in Wisconsin, this one has the second highest level of educational attainment. That is, you know, people with college degrees. Democrats have been doing much better with this demographic. This showing for Joe Biden in Ozaukee County in 2016, I don't know why I did that, 2020, this showing for Joe Biden, he lost by 12 points, was the best showing for a Democrat in this county since Lyndon
I was
Johnson
expecting Wisconsin to go blue, but
so this is one tonight
that's okay.
where you
That's
want to see
that's
if
okay.
Harris is further improving on this, getting this down, you know, into single digits, 5, 7, 8 points, something like that. So far, a little bit more than a quarter of the vote in. This would be a very good number for Democrats out of Ozaukee County. These suburbs right outside Milwaukee used to win Wisconsin for Republicans. Democrats have been eroding that support for Republicans. If they can do more, that's big for them tonight. And then there's this. About a third is in now in Dane County, and this is the mother lode of votes for Democrats. It has become this way in Wisconsin. It used to be that the Democratic coalition was very spread out in the state. Democrats could win dozens of rural counties with blue-collar populations. Trump came along. He's gobbled.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait, what happened?
So the Democrats are increasingly dependent on just running up the score. This is a massive county. Madison
oh
State
my
Capital,
God!
University of Wisconsin,
Wasn't Wisconsin like literally? He was about to go. It was Trump was ahead, right? So now, okay. All right, so things have switched up.
Bigger and bigger margin out of here. This is where it landed in 2020. It's not just the margin, Biden winning this by more than 50 points.
Okay, this one's
Biden,
maybe ABC's like
Trump,
behind or something.
78,000. That's a margin of nearly 182,000 votes for Democrats out of this county. And again, if you went back to the turn of the century, Democrats were winning here by about 50,000 votes. Every 04, 08, 12, 16, 20, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger. Democrats want to get even more out of this tonight because, again, they're taking such hits in the rural areas of the state. Can they get this thing up to 195? Could they ever get this to 200,000 votes? Every time you think they've gotten the most they possibly can out of Dane, they get more. They're probably going to need more tonight. So, again, a third of the vote in there right now. Let's see that one as it starts to develop. But seeing that in Wisconsin overall now, again, 10% or so in statewide, 13% now, and that's what you got in Wisconsin.
So they haven't. Hold on. What is this channel? This is MSNBC. Now, this website, 2024 General, I'm assuming they're more ahead, like the rest of the mainstream media or something. Because they're saying that polling Wisconsin is going to be ahead. Either that or there's a delay in live stream. It's okay. If Georgia goes red, that's alright. It's not gonna be too much of a problem. Alright, they're not really saying anything. They haven't reported Wisconsin yet. Okay, if we give Wisconsin to Kamala, it's 55. And if she could, oh no, North Carolina, is it definite? No. It's, I don't know. Like again, if this website is like ahead of counting votes, but everything else they haven't counted North Carolina. But let me see. I think it's okay. Oh, yeah. Listen, if everything goes like based on what has been reported, yeah, it's don't let the initial result fool you, because the race just began. If Kamala can take, based on what the polling has shown us, right? All the blue states that are, you know, estimated to be likely to go blue. And she takes Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Yeah, it's... Hold on, wait. Yeah, it's gonna be a wrap. Hold on, let me move this whole big screen. I feel like my head is overtaking like the lower right corner of the screen, so let me see if this, hold on, my bad, it's not right. Oh, no, it's not what I meant to do. Give me a second. There you go, this is better. This is better. What is ABC? Pennsylvania. Ooh. Kamala, she's got to grab Pennsylvania.
He's performing a little bit better than Vice President Kamala Harris here. In the final stretch, David, Bob Casey has been running ads in this state, really painting himself as an independent that bucked President Biden when it came to tariffs and also sided with former President Donald Trump. He has been trying to find the middle ground here because he is fully aware that if Vice President Kamala Harris does not do well here, it could impact his race as well.
Let's swing it out to Matt Gutman, who's on the ground in Pennsylvania. Matt, what are you hearing?
I'm hearing that it looks like Senator Casey has a very good chance here. I mean, from the beginning, Governor Josh Shapiro and others have told me that he is the most likely to win here. His father was a governor. He is the scion of a very famous family here, also from Scranton, like former President Biden. And McCormick's got a...
What the hell? Oh, what is this? Is this Google? Precious. North Carolina. Okay, Trump's leading ahead. North Carolina. Let me see. That's okay. Trump can have North Carolina. I'm not worried about that. Wait, Minnesota. Trump is ahead in Minnesota by what? 17? Minnesota? No. Oh. Okay, there's no reporting on that yet. Nothing yet on Minnesota. Let me go back. Let's try the house. Wouldn't it be crazy if the Republicans grab the Senate? Is there a way to... Wisconsin is leading. Okay.
Welcome back to CBS News coverage of Election Night 2024. You're looking live at vote counting in Fulton County, Georgia. Joining us now is Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger. He was first elected in 2018 and then overwhelmingly reelected in 2022. You may recall former President Trump's infamous 2021 call to Raffensperger, in which he asked the Secretary of State to find him 11,780 votes to try and overturn the 2020 election results. And Mr. Secretary, thank you so much for joining us. Will Georgia break a record? Good evening to you. Will Georgia break a record tonight?
Well, we already did. First of all, we had 5.2 million people vote in Georgia, which is a new record. We also had 4 million people show up to vote during the early voting process, which is another record. What I've shown, I've led Georgia so that we would have safe, secure, fast elections here in Georgia. And not just in Georgia, but the entire country.
Well, congratulations on that and that huge turnout in the state of Georgia. I know all the officials there are working quite hard. When do you expect the votes to be counted?
Well, right now we've already listed probably close to 80%. We have 4 million of the 5.2 million are already listed up there, and you can take a look at where we are county by county. So we have the other 1.2 million to come in over the coming couple hours. So we're in pretty good shape. The counties continue to upload as they finish each of their precincts, and each county, finishes what it's doing. So we're in good shape. I think what we've seen today with this huge turnout is that voters trust the process here in Georgia. I'm the first Secretary of State.
Trump is ahead in Wisconsin? Hold on, that doesn't sound right.
American citizens are voting in our elections. I've done 2. First one 24 months ago, and just finished up in July. People trust the results. No matter how you vote in Georgia, we have photo ID. That also shows up voters concerned about the absentee ballot process.
Mr. Secretary, Margaret Brennan is here as well. Margaret?
Why
Secretary, good to talk to you again. I saw the other
why
day
do they
you
have different
tweeted
voting?
that Russia messed with the wrong Georgians when it came to your elections. You were referring then to some fake videos. Today, you had threats of bombings. CISA has come out and said these were non-credible threats. You've pointed back to Russia. What evidence do you have, and what do you assume the intent was?
Well, first of all, federal authorities put out this afternoon that it was emanating from Russia. So that really was why we said that. They can look over the horizon. They see things that really can help us locate these threats. We just continue voting. Just a few precincts had to be open an extra 20 minutes, 30 minutes, things like that. But at the end of the day, counties that were hit with that still report their results on time. For example, Fulton County, our largest county, got their early votes total within that 1-hour time window. So we're battle tested, didn't phase us. We put our heads down and continue working.
And what do you assume will happen in the coming days? Do you expect more of these videos or these threats? Do you have a anticipation of the threat picture in Georgia?
Well, in Georgia, we're basically done voting. We're waiting for our overseas military ballots, about 10,000 ballots.
Really?
That have to be postmarked by today at 7 p.m. and have to be received by Friday per federal law. And so that's about all that's left to count, but we'll have everything else buttoned up tonight.
Well,
by
Mr.
the end of
Secretary, thank
tonight.
you so much for joining us. Thanks for all you do for democracy.
Thank you.
Let's turn now to 60 Minutes correspondent Bill Whitaker. He's part of our Democracy Watch team tonight. And Bill, I know you have some new reporting about what's happening in Philadelphia.
Well, we've got reporting that former President Donald Trump is
So it seems like Trump is
cheating happening in
ahead in
Philadelphia.
Georgia.
He made this claim on his Truth
Again,
Social site.
that's okay. He can grab Georgia, but she's got to secure Pennsylvania. And I don't know what's going on with Wisconsin's, Minnesota, and Michigan.
This allegation. The Philadelphia District Attorney Larry Krasner chimed in, also saying there is no factual basis for any of these claims. And if you will remember, Donald Trump made similar claims about Philadelphia in 2020.
Bill Whitaker, thank you. And David, what do we see about that in terms of the former president claiming that there's cheating going on?
Yeah, we saw this in 2020. He said the same thing about the same three cities. And ironically, he actually outperformed his 2016 performance in 2020 in all of those three cities, if memory serves. So what we're seeing is no reports of any kind of significant problems in those cities. We're seeing a lot of enthusiasm. Certainly, we know that there are people who are in line waiting to vote in Philadelphia, but that's the process. That's the way it works everywhere. And he's actually encouraging voters who are in line in Pennsylvania to continue to stay in line and vote, as everyone should be.
Cecilia Vega, you did a great report for 60 Minutes on Pennsylvania. What have you learned tonight?
Well, this isn't, Nora, thank you. This isn't a mistake. This is a strategy from the former president. He is laying the groundwork to challenge the results, and he did it in 2020, and he started this with Pennsylvania months ago and basically has been doing it all day. Look no further than his ally, his close advisor, Steve Bannon, who said Trump should preemptively claim victory. And we just heard from special counsel filings a few days ago that in 2020, Bannon said just because Trump claims victory, it doesn't mean he's the winner, but he's still going to say it anyway. This is all a strategy to sow doubt. And the folks in Pennsylvania, the governor there said they are very legitimately worried about the damage that this could do, the potential for violence in the streets that we could see as a result of this, because people get whipped into a frenzy because the former president has told them their vote has not been taken seriously. There are real consequences.
Yeah, and again,
it's
kind of coming in incrementally.
All right, if we just give Minnesota to
As
Trump.
I said, there's this big division between the vote by mail on the same day, and it's kind of unclear in a lot of these counties. We just don't have enough to say. But one county where we're getting real close, and I think is going to be a very big indicator here, we've talked about this, is Lackawanna County, where Scranton is, and now 90% of the vote is in. We were looking at this a few minutes ago, and we were saying again that we expected Trump to close, to cut into the lead that Harris had.
Fine.
It was
If we
at
give
about
Minnesota
6.5,
Trump,
7 before. Now with 90%,
Georgia
you can see
Trump.
he's cut it a little bit. It's
Hold on,
down
let me
to
reset
5
this.
points. And remember what we're looking for in
Give him
Lackawanna
that.
County. There's two very different ways this has played out in the last two elections. In 2016, Donald Trump got close to only about 3 points behind here. He won the state of Pennsylvania. In 2020, Democrats with Joe Biden came in and won this by more
it doesn't
than
help
8
that
points.
you have
Biden
different
won the
sources
state.
that
So we
are
were saying at the start of the
finding
night,
different
Trump
reports. So
wants this number, Democrats
this one,
want that number.
Kamala's ahead,
right now,
but
it's sitting right in between them. It's
using
sitting
Google.
at 5. So there's still
Trump
some
is ahead.
same data come in. Let's
Hold on.
see this remaining 10%, what that does to this margin. Again, the same day.
Maybe Google,
seems to be
maybe this is
favoring
more
Trump. How much is it going to
recent.
favor Trump? Is it going to bring it down back to this level completely? Is it going to stabilize? But that's the most complete county we have in Pennsylvania right now. And I think we said at the start of the night, it's a very key one, because this region where Scranton is, where Lackawanna County is, this is very contested political terrain. I could just show you some of the other counties here. Luzerne County, this is where Wilkes-Barre is. This is also where the city of Hazleton is. Hazleton is a majority Hispanic city. Donald Trump actually won Hazleton in 2020. Again, Trump campaign thinks it can make more gains with Hispanic voters. If they do, you'll see it here. About half the vote is in Luzerne County. And again, the same day is what's still to come here. So Trump's leading by 8 points now. He won this county by more than 14 in 2020. Question for the Trump campaign wants to get over that number. They want to improve on that number here. If the Democrats can stop them from doing that, that's a big development for Democrats. We want to go back and look at Georgia.
Okay, what is going on in Georgia?
Jordan was just talking about this. The suburban support for Democrats in this Atlanta metro area. Something interesting is happening. There are some suburban counties here. You call them kind of the emerging suburbs of the Atlanta metro area, where
where the growth is the fastest and the diversification
Okay,
is the most
we
dramatic.
give
And that is
fine.
definitely
North
where
Carolina,
Harris is
Virginia
posting
to Trump.
improvements tonight. I think we showed you Douglas County a few minutes ago.
What
Again,
else?
rapid growth here. It's about half black, and you can see in 2020, 25 points. Tonight, Harris is winning this by 32 points. You see it in Rockdale County. Just about all of the vote is in here. Biden got 70%.
This is
Harris has pushed that
if
up to
Trump
73.
grabs
This is a
Virginia,
majority, black county.
Georgia,
You go to
and
Newton
Arizona.
County here.
No,
You know,
that's
this was
not.
the
That's not
tightest
good.
margin of all these Atlanta metro counties. This was the tightest
Kamala's
margin
got
for
to
a
pick up
county
the
that
pace.
Democrats
This,
won.
yeah,
Almost
no,
all the, in
I
2020,
underestimated it.
almost all the vote is in. Harris has
No,
improved on it. You
he's
see
getting
this.
closer to
You can take a
270
look at Henry
far more
County.
than I
Almost
expected.
80% of the vote is in. Again, Biden won it by 20. Look at that. That's up to 30 or so for Kamala Harris.
What's
so
going on
the
with,
thing is, though,
like,
the counties I just showed you
Washington?
within this Atlanta
What is-
metro region,
why are there-
relatively speaking, these are the lesser populated
To be fair,
counties.
it's
the ones with
the election day, so I'm sure they're still counting votes. But
you start with Fulton County, and we've been monitoring this. This is the biggest. Atlanta's here, but there's also a lot of suburbs within Fulton County. This is key for Democrats because of the sheer size of Fulton County. A drop of a couple points here would more than offset the gains that I just showed you in those other counties. 80% counted in Fulton County, and now you see Biden 72.6 in 2020. Harris has fallen a tick below that. Meanwhile, Trump 26.2 here in 2020 is a tick above his 2020 number. The concerning thing for
Nevada
Democrats here
polls
in massive
close in 2 minutes. Have they not counted Nevada? No. I'm pretty sure Nevada's going to go blue.
The Democrats have dropped
I
a
would be
little bit
shocked.
since the last time we looked
It
at
has
this
been
because
going blue
more
for a while. I
same-day
mean,
came in, and Harris fell below
I would be
that
shocked
Biden
if it does
number.
go
There's room
red.
for her to
I
drop
think
further
we
here.
can
And
give
again,
Nevada to
you know,
Harris.
Just 2 points in Fulton County.
I say that
offsets
confidently.
a lot of the good Democrats might have done themselves in those other counties I just showed you. So see what happens there. We also have, look at this, excuse me, Douglas, Cobb County. We also have, look at this, getting close in Cobb County. Again, take a look at 2020 here. Joe Biden won this by 14 points. Now,
These states, they got to pick up the pace. Pennsylvania,
this is another one.
she's
where that
ahead,
margin
but
for Democrats was bigger
she's
earlier.
got to secure this.
It's come down as more same day has come in. And you know, Cobb is a massive
But yeah,
county.
no,
Again,
this is
it's much
this
bigger
is
than
actually
any of those
getting
others that I
really
just showed
close.
you. 82%, more same day to come. That's concerning for Democrats if it starts dropping. Below that, and then Gwinnett
What's
County.
going on in the
This is the one
Senate,
that's
though?
been the slow one here in the region
Senate.
tonight. We're still where we were. So there's sort of a division here we're seeing between
I
these,
expect-
these
hold on.
suburban and metro counties here.
No, that's
Again,
fine.
there's some clear Democratic growth, but they don't want slippage in those big ones as the remaining vote comes in. And again, just checking in, we showed you
I
Cherokee. These are the
expect
big
the Senate
Republican
to remain
sort of fringe Atlanta metro counties.
majority
Here's
Democrats.
one, Forsyth County, where Trump is
So,
clearly has improved, I should say, a
I
bit
don't think
from 2020,
because
a point
the
higher
Republicans
than
they have controlled the
2020.
House.
You can go over to Paulding County, though. This is interesting. Again, core Republican area, fast-growing. Dallas, Georgia is here. 29 points for Trump last time around, down to 24. So again, that's a feather in the Democrats' cap right there in Paulding County, bringing that Trump number down.
I don't
further.
know too much
And
about.
finally, we close
I
out on
don't.
this. We're
I don't have any
basically
estimate,
done. In Fayette
any kind
County,
of
we ID'd this
anything
one
I
at the
can
start of
pull
the
out
night is, look, if
regarding the
Democrats were
House.
actually
So
flipping this, they are
I'm just gonna have to see
definitely
like
having a good night in
how
Georgia.
this
Looks
race
like
goes.
they're going to
But
come short. Harris has made progress here in his big suburban county here. Harris has made progress from 7 points, now sitting at 3 points. But is that progress
Georgia.
enough for Democrats?
See in the exit polls.
are they on ad breaker or something? What is ABC have?
Those in 44 states, including the swing state of Nevada, with its 6 electoral votes. As those numbers start coming in, we'll go right back to the Nevada board.
Nevada.
At this hour, all 7 battleground states are now closed, and ABC News can take a look at the numbers coming in from each one. Georgia. 79% of the vote is in. They said they would have the vote in tonight. Kamala Harris behind Donald Trump in that state. We'll dive in whether or not she can make that up anywhere in Georgia. Also, North Carolina tonight, Kamala Harris behind Donald Trump. He leads 52 to 46, 16 electoral votes on the line.
Give North Carolina to Trump. I'm not concerned about
in
it.
Pennsylvania at this hour, Kamala Harris holding onto a very slim lead in the very.
But no, if he wins Virginia, Georgia, North Carolina, and Arizona, yeah, of the way things are going, it's gonna get really. The other states, they gotta pick up the pace because.
In Michigan at this hour, another
Let me
battleground
refresh
state,
this.
part of that blue wall that the Democrats are hoping to keep. 15 electoral votes. Kamala Harris with a lead.
Nah, they gotta pick up the pace. Really, like.
466,000 votes to his
Well, no, you know what? Wait.
16% of the vote in at this hour.
Whoa, hold on a minute.
Looking at a moment ago,
What?
the numbers starting to come in
Pennsylvania? No, hold on. Is this an error? No. Let me.
them, and as I mentioned,
This can't be.
4 out of the last 6
She's got.
presidential
If Trump
elections
grabs Pennsylvania, no, that's bad. That's bad. That's not good.
battleground state. The number's not in yet, though. The polls have closed.
Because that's 19
votes
electoral
on the line
colleges,
there.
right?
We do have states. ABC News is ready to project at this hour. Let's take a look. Utah tonight, 6 electoral
And
votes going
looking
to
at the way,
President Donald Trump.
you know, the
Montana,
rest,
4 electoral votes going to
the
Trump
swing
there.
states
We're
are
gonna watch
going.
that Senate race very closely.
If he grabs
Democrat John
Pennsylvania,
Tester trying to hold on, and a state Trump has
oh
now won
man, that's.
repeatedly.
Oh.
Colorado, Kamala Harris wins the state of Colorado. 9 electoral votes goes to the vice president. So take a look at the map. The road to 270. Kamala Harris winning 7 states in Washington, D.C. Donald Trump winning 17 states. 172 electoral votes for him, up to 91 for Kamala Harris at this hour. Our coverage of the
What?
2024 presidential election.
Pennsylvania, what is going on?
This is an
What happened here?
special. The time has finally come. Right now, all
what
across
is that?
America, votes are being counted. Who will be your next president on this
Nah,
historic
this is
event
not looking
with the
good.
stakes so high? Live from ABC News election headquarters in New York City. Now reporting, David Muir.
Welcome back, ABC News live.
She
election night
needs
headquarters here
to
in
secure
New York City,
Pennsylvania.
and we are getting not only numbers in, but more exit polling data from the key battlegrounds. Lindsay, what do you have?
The AP has been called 40% reporting.
The Harris campaign has really doggedly pursued.
I mean, yeah, it's still pretty early. Maybe Arizona.
Donald Trump equally.
What is this?
Pennsylvania recently, just last week, and he said, "I love."
Okay, some of the counties are going red.
A few days ago, he said, "I love the Hispanics," and it really appeals.
New Mexico.
appears that there is some appeal there for the Latino voters when it comes to Donald Trump. If you look at the race in Nevada in particular, the Latino vote making up 17% of the electorate there. Here we go, 48% going for Kamala Harris.
Nothing yet.
There in Nevada, 46% for Donald Trump. But Donald Trump is actually doing 4 points better. Oh, actually, I'm sorry, that's in Arizona. Harris is doing 4 points worse than Biden in Arizona, and Trump doing 4 points better than he did in 2020. If we want to look at that board there in Arizona, Kamala Harris getting 55% of the Latino vote. They make up more than 1/4% of the population in Arizona. Donald Trump getting 41%. But in both cases, he's doing much better. Trump 11 points better than he did in 2020 in Nevada, and again, 4 points better than he did in Arizona in 2020.
And this is exactly what the Trump campaign wanted to do, was to peel away some of the Latino support that President Biden got 4 years ago. And Martha, you traveled through Nevada and through the
What has he
Sun Belt
done
and
for
voted
Latinos?
Well, I think
Since
what
came
I
out
heard
like
was
no
surprising in
plans
some
or
ways.
policy
I mean,
for
you think, oh,
Latinos.
the Latino vote is going to go to the Democrats. Absolutely not. I mean, that's not the impression you got on the ground. You had unions out there canvassing for Kamala Harris, but it all came back to the voters I spoke to the economy. And even those Democrats who were out canvassing for Kamala Harris knew that was an issue. Like, how do you explain to people the economy that people trust Donald Trump more on that? And they said, well, we tell them it just takes time. So that message was not really resonating. Nevada has the highest unemployment rate of any state in the country.
Oh,
It was
okay.
devastated.
All right, we're back.
COVID.
Pennsylvania,
And
it's
that is the issue. You know, you can
Harris
talk
is
about
leading
exaggeration.
again.
You can talk
So
about them calling Puerto Ricans
44%
You can
reporting.
talk about all those things, but it came back to the economy. They can hear lies, they can hear mistruths, they can hear exaggerations, but their truth is their grocery bills, their gas bills, and that's what it came back to on many, many people I interviewed.
And the high cost of housing in Nevada, too.
Exactly. Very, very high cost of rents. And immigration, of course. And you could talk to Latino voters. There was one man, he said, I don't care about any of that other stuff. Donald Trump is going to be best for the border. This is a man who came into the country 50 years ago.
He said Mexico was going to pay for the wall. They haven't paid a dime, and he hasn't built the wall.
Yeah, really interesting.
I don't know,
And
like,
part of what Lindsay was showing us, I mean, she still is leading among Latino voters, but not by the margin that President Biden did 4 years ago, and that's got to be very concerning for the Democrats and the Harris campaign, Mary.
Yeah, look, I would just remind over and over again that they had said from the very beginning, and they're saying again tonight, their most straightforward path is through those blue wall states. And when you look at what we're seeing coming in, that certainly seems to still be the case, and I suspect is still their hope. You know, the Harris campaign is well aware of all of those issues, especially in Nevada. It's why she, unveiled her housing plan in that state. She knew that she had to hammer home the issue of the economy and make clear that that was going to be her top priority, that lowering the
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
was going to be
the screen went black for a second.
her very first priority when she gets into office. She always said she would pass, if elected, this big economic package
Where are we
of
at the
bills to do
moment?
just that. The question is whether that message got across and was enough.
Rick Klein, what's the blue wall looking like at this point?
Yeah, we've seen some numbers come in that shifted the lead, again, numerically, because it just has to do with the pace of vote. But right now, Donald Trump with a 33,000 vote edge. We've gotten a lot of rural vote.
This is Pennsylvania.
This is Pennsylvania, yes. You asked earlier about Wilkes-Barre, Luzerne County. That has flipped red, at least as of now, with 57% of the vote in. Donald Trump racking up some numbers there in an area where Democrats had some hopes to build things up. You can also see what's starting to happen in the western part of the state.
Pennsylvania? Wait, Trump is ahead again?
In Butler County, this is a place where
What is? Oh my God! So we got 3 counties left.
Really, this is a
Wait, this is
function of a lot of votes
46%
coming
reporting.
in
Okay.
the redder parts of the state. We still have a lot to go in Philadelphia.
Oh,
That's
this is
kind of
way closer than I
by far
thought.
the biggest city. We're seeing Delco go very strongly for Kamala Harris. She's
Virginia.
outperforming where
Which
she would need to
Wisconsin's
be.
and
Also outperforming
Minnesota?
where Joe Biden was.
Where
And
was
same
this?
story up through Montgomery. And this is still an interesting one.
Let me
County.
check the,
A lot of folks are keyed into that. A lot of votes still to go. Unclear exactly what kind of vote that is, but at least now Kamala Harris outperforming that benchmark. So just a long
Okay,
way
they
to
haven't
go, but we're getting
reported
close to
much.
half the votes in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, this would appear to be her strongest state so far as her benchmark performance, at least meeting that 538 average of where these candidates need to be. Donald Trump, in a number of the counties you just showed, slightly below the benchmark, though getting very close to it.
Arizona.
Which explains why the vote is so close right now. 46% of the vote in. Donald Trump with a
Wait,
very
no. I don't think they count the. This is more. It isn't as updated as the one from Google. So.
And wondering if this 11th hour push by the Harris campaign to try to reach out to Latinos would actually work.
Yeah, and as Martha was talking about what she
I
saw
just might.
there
What
in
is this?
Nevada, I was
No,
thinking
this is
about
not.
what I
Let me
saw
check what
personally
ABC
here
has.
in Pennsylvania. This is Berks County, which includes Reading. Donald Trump has a campaign office here. This is a county that has a large
Also
Hispanic and
closed
Latino
10
population. Reading
colleges.
is 72% Latino. This is one of those counties where we are going to see this split screen because you have Donald Trump's rhetoric. You have that rally after Madison Square Garden where that speaker compared Puerto Rico to
Wait a
an
minute.
island of garbage.
Wait.
This is also a county where the economy just matters so much. They're still dealing with high poverty. Let's take a look at where Donald Trump is here. I will tell you he's already meeting his benchmark with 76% of the vote in. You could see where he was just 4 years ago, 53%. He's already there. We're still waiting on a large amount of
Okay.
election day
Yeah,
vote
at this
as well as
point,
early vote
it's
as well.
I might be rushing a little bit too much. We're gonna have to wait. It's probably gonna take today a good few days, to probably tomorrow as well, before we can get a more accurate data. Because a lot of the reportings, they keep flipping things around. So
Is the map with the sort of circular diagram that shows
I
where the
can't
vote
really
still
make
remains.
anything
Can
out
you
of
just show
this.
us in Pennsylvania at this hour where the vote still has to be tallied. I want to take this over to Donna and Ryan's, the one that shows the outstanding vote.
Yeah, you can see that's Philadelphia and the suburbs.
Gives you-
Good amount of vote in Pittsburgh as well. When you see a purple dot like that, that's more of a battleground county, so it's probably not going to advantage either candidate. But there's a significant amount of Republican votes still outstanding as well, and what looks like it's going to be a close state.
The battle for Pennsylvania, Donna. What do you make of it?
First of all, I've taken my meditation early because, once again, Democrats are going to come in late. They're going to come in late in Pennsylvania. And clearly in Georgia, what's happened is that Democrats are not overperforming in DeKalb and Cobb and Fulton. You have to overperform because Donald Trump is doing 4 points better in some of the rural areas. So, again, Democrats
He's
are
ahead in
tend to
Pennsylvania
come in
again.
late.
All right.
I'm seeing that pattern once again. I have, good information that Philadelphia is going to come in much stronger than in 2020. And by the way, in some of these areas, you can compare apples to apples, but Kamala Harris has had to build a different coalition.
Yes,
so
absolutely. And this is how it goes in Arizona. They get to that 10 o'clock Eastern hour,
What is-
and suddenly what you get.
What does it mean if it's 6% reporting? If it's 6% reporting, why are you like showing the?
More than 60% of the vote in the entire state
Okay, I get it.
is
Hold
in
on.
here in Maricopa County all at once. Releases this, more than half of its vote. Now, let me tell you what you're looking at here, because if you remember from 2020, the story in Maricopa and in Arizona is very distinct buckets of votes that come in at different times and that have very different looks in terms of which party they favor. What you get first and what you're looking at in Maricopa County, this is all of the in-person early vote, and this is all of the absentee mail-in vote that was received by last Friday. So that's typically, that is what you get first here. That's what you're looking at.
Yeah, I mean, that doesn't mean much then.
Maricopa County over the next few hours is they will count up the same day vote. The
Yeah,
folks who went
things
and voted
could
today.
fluctuate.
That's typically a Republican-friendly batch of voters. So you'll see in the next few hours
I don't know
these
why
numbers
they would.
change, and then you will have
Because I would want to
majority of the vote in Maricopa
go even
County
further,
will be
dive
in,
into
and
the
then we
counties,
will
but
wait. Because every
when they're saying
night
6%
now, going through the
reporting,
week, they're going to work through
but
the rest of that
they're
vote
labeling
by
some of these
mail,
counties
stuff
as
that came in
red
on
or blue.
Saturday, on Sunday,
It's
but stuff that was
confusing
dropped
because
off
are you
today.
saying
There's still a lot of that to
the
come,
county has
but as a starting
like
point,
put in the the
if
votes
you
or
compare
majority
this
of
to
the votes?
2020, when this number came out in 2020,
Otherwise,
Joe
why
Biden
would
had a
you
high single-digit advantage over Harris.
like why would you label any of these as
in
red or blue?
Maricopa County? If you remember, the story in 2020 all week was Trump trying to play comeback in Arizona.
I
This
would
is his
still
starting point now in
grade them
Maricopa.
out
Also, the other big
because
population center in Arizona.
again,
this is Pima County, where Tucson is.
it gives
This
off
is
the
more
impression that there's still
Democratic
swing
of the two
states,
big counties
right?
here. Again, basically
Especially if
the
you only
same
have
deal.
around like that.
You've got this initial batch
if you only
here
count like
that's half the vote.
6% of the
Again,
votes.
Biden, you can see where he ran here in 2020. You can see what Harris is getting right now. But what will still be coming out later tonight in Pima will be that same day vote. So we'll see how that affects the count. And again, in Arizona, if we get through tonight, and this thing is still
Arizona,
very, very close,
Pima, Harris is
kind of locked in
ahead,
probably for a
50%
few
in.
days of results, just because of that pace, where once a night you'll kind of get updates from these counties. So the question here, obviously, is
Let's
if somebody gets a
go,
clear
Arizona.
advantage. This is the statewide
Come
number
on,
right now.
guys.
Half the vote has been counted out. We'll see in the coming hours
let me
if there's
refresh
clear
this.
separation between these candidates at all. Otherwise, it could take some time there in Arizona.
Phoenix,
I want to return to
Maricopa. Okay,
Pennsylvania
they haven't
because I
counted
think we've got a pretty
Pino
big
or
development here in part of the story we've been following all night. We have been flagging Lackawanna County, big one, where Scranton is, heart of northeast Pennsylvania, a very contested a region here politically. And the question has been, what would this land at? And you're now basically looking at it. This is probably it in Lackawanna County. And Kamala Harris is going to, this is where Scranton is. Kamala Harris, you see, winning this by 3 points over Donald Trump. But remember, we were using this as a gauge because in 2020, Joe Biden won this by 8.5 points, won the state. In 2016, Donald Trump lost this only by about 3.5 points, 3.4 points. This was a winning combination for Donald Trump. He won the state. This was a losing combination for Donald Trump. Tonight, at 3.1 points, his loss here in Lackawanna County is actually a little bit less than the 2016 margin. This was one of our key questions in Pennsylvania.
Wyoming project
Donald
winner.
Trump get back to his
How are you? That's the problem that I have. Like, how are you gonna make a projected, prediction based on 6%? You got 3 electoral votes. I don't like when they do that. It's very misleading.
16 level in a also because this is now the complete one. We've been looking for complete counties. We've got a complete county here. So that's what it lands at right there. That was the question we asked. We now have an answer. Luzerne County, another biggie. Again, this is all big blue collar counties, northeast Pennsylvania, slowly getting that same day, that election day vote counted up. Trump's lead now is 11 points. This is where Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania is. He needs to hit this number and probably surpass it. So keep an eye as this remaining vote comes in. But like Lackawanna, that's what we're looking at. One other thing to note here. Now, look, half the vote is in. Philadelphia County is the same thing as Philadelphia City. They're the exact same thing. So that's what you're looking at here.
ABC is slacking at the moment.
And you see, Harris is going to win this thing in an absolute landslide. The question in Philadelphia has been the margin, because what we saw in 2020 was ever so slightly, even as Democrats won the state and improved on 2016, Joe Biden actually lost a little bit of ground in Philadelphia. And the reason he lost a little bit of ground in Philadelphia was Donald Trump performed a little bit better in some heavily Hispanic parts.
I'm trying to make a comparison based on the pollings and the actual election
Democrats
result.
win that back. Do they win back the ground they lost? Do they lose further ground? Now, you can see Biden won Philadelphia 81-18, essentially, in 2020. And right now,
give me a second. I'm going to grab some water. I will be right back.
The key is this: as they count up, I keep saying the same day vote. I'm saying that because we know the same day vote is favored.
Oops, my bad.
They're tallying up the same day. There's an expectation there that it's the best numbers for Trump that are still being tabulated right now. The twist in Philadelphia, though, is they still have tens of thousands of vote-by-mail ballots. And we expect at about midnight that they're going to release that second batch of vote-by-mail ballots. So as we get closer there, we're going to follow this and see if Trump can maintain this 20%, maybe even he grows it. That would be fantastic news for him if he does that. But at about midnight, a very big batch of what are going to be very Democratic-friendly votes are going to come in. And so that may answer, or really get us close to an answer, on this other key question we're asking in Pennsylvania. Are the Democrats able to hold what they have in Philadelphia and maybe even win back the lost ground from 2020, or does Trump make further inroads? Because again, this is a county where a city, that Democrats won by about 470,000 votes in 2020. They want to hit that margin. They want to go higher on that margin tonight. So that's the drama in Philadelphia as this other half of the vote comes in. And we could just zoom right out and see. Oh, I was going to zoom out and show you the running statewide total, and I clicked Ohio for some reason. There you go. A little bit more than half statewide. That is Trump's lead statewide, but it's very spotty in terms of where you're seeing votes. Oh, there is one more I did want to flag for you. This is Cumberland County, because we do have about 3/4 of the vote in here. Why Cumberland County? Because we don't talk much about it, but there's a lot of population in this region of Pennsylvania. You got Lancaster County, you got York County. Here you got Cumberland County, Carlisle, Pennsylvania's in here. This is actually, you see red right now, this has been a growth area for Democrats. There's a lot of fast-growing suburbs in here. Again, demographically very conducive to the Democratic coalition. Right outside, right across the river from Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. So Democrats made gains here in 2020. This was actually a very good performance for Joe Biden. Now you see with almost 3/4 of the vote in, Trump's a little bit short of that number. That was a bad number for him, and he's a little bit short of it now, but this is the thing to look for. With all of this remaining election day vote still to be counted, we just saw this happen in Lackawanna County. Is that going to happen in Cumberland County? Is Trump going to gain enough that he hits that number and surpasses that 2020 number? This is the kind of place where his campaign needs to win back ground that they lost in 2020. This is a big part of why, or a significant part of why Trump lost Pennsylvania in 2020. So we're going to follow that as it continues to come in. And I can also note Butler County. This is red. Obviously, it was heavily in the news this summer with that Trump rally. Believe it or not, Butler County in the Trump era, which started in 2016, while it's still deeply red, has actually gotten less red. This has been a bit of a growth area, suburbs right outside Pittsburgh, some rural areas too. The Democrats actually, I'll just show you, put it up on the screen here. This was actually a bit disappointing for Trump in 2020. Just go back here and you can take a look. He won it by 37 points in 2016, only 32 in 2020. This is a place where Democrats would like to make more gains. Right now, it's basically exactly where it landed in 2020. And again, there's not a ton, but there's more of that same-day vote to come. And this is, again, the kind of place where the Trump campaign's goal coming into tonight would be to stop those losses that they were suffering, to stop that decline, and maybe gain some ground back. So with most, not all the vote in Butler County, it doesn't look like they're going to fall back any farther. Just check in, too, on Allegheny County. There's more than 1 million people in Allegheny County. You think of the city of Pittsburgh, there's also just a ton of interior suburbs there, inner suburbs there, 3/4 of the vote in Allegheny. We'll just show you where this landed in 2020. And again, this is one of the few counties in Pennsylvania that's gotten more Democratic in the Trump era. But, you know, it's huge, as we just say. So 60% is basically where Biden landed in Allegheny County in 2020, with about 3/4 of the vote in. And if you remember at the start of the night, we had all of that mail that was dropped in Allegheny County. Trump's been trying to chip away at that sense. We got to see with this remaining 25% of the vote if he can get back to that 2020 level here. Democrats really want to grow this. The other question we're going to try to get an answer on here, too, is if there is remaining vote by mail in Allegheny County. Because, as we say, that's the wild card in Philadelphia now. We're going to check on that in Allegheny County and in Pittsburgh. But these are places, you know, where Democrats just depend on big margins and where Harris is going to need even bigger margins, you know, by a few points to offset potentially, for instance, what Trump just did in Allegheny County. In Lackawanna County, excuse me.
All right, we should be back. I got a sweater. It's getting cold. Trump is ahead by, oh my god, how many reporting? 50%. So, Pennsylvania, she needs this. Arizona, 40% reporting. Wow, she's ahead in Arizona. That would be, wouldn't that be? Hold on. So Trump won back in 2020. So, oh wait. Okay, I'm tripping. I thought Arizona went red back in 2020. No, it was blue. So, all right, maybe it's not a complete shocker because I was expecting Arizona to go red, right? But no. All right, that's another win. But Pennsylvania, she needs to grab this. Reset. No, give me a second. Nah. She's got to intervene. Like, she needs to grab one of the states, preferably Pennsylvania and Virginia if possible, in the East. Because, no, the way things are going, if Trump grabbed Pennsylvania, that's 19 electoral colleges. That would put him like quite ahead of her. So it's gonna be really tough, honestly. Because how many voters in Minnesota? 3%. Okay. He's ahead in Wisconsin, Iowa. Yeah, no, she's got to intervene in at least one of the states in this red wall. Hold on. What is ABC? What are they?
In, it is tight. We want to turn now to our Deborah
Wisconsin?
Roberts. She is in Madison, Wisconsin. Deb, we know that election workers there are working hard to process more than 1 million absentee ballots. Let's just talk about what that process looks like.
Well, it's a long process, and it's a late process, Kira. We talked to the chairperson of the Wisconsin Elections Commission, and she tells us that we can just expect, once again, a long night. Wisconsin is one of those states that doesn't begin to process and tabulate those votes until the morning of Election Day, which is today. And that is really critical when it comes to those absentee ballots. And as you said, a lot of them to tabulate, particularly in Milwaukee, the largest city in this state. And they do this in a very exacting kind of manner where they lay out the votes and they crease them and they process them through the machine, and it just takes a very long time. They had a little bit of a snafu earlier today. They said they rectified that. They've made up some time, but they expect that it's going to be a late night here in Wisconsin, and those votes might very well determine how much of a margin Harris will have here if she continues on this path to being ahead.
And Madison was
Hold on,
also
give me a
one
second.
of a handful of places today
I'm gonna
that
work on
received
something.
bomb threats at polling sites. What more can you tell us?
Well, there have been a number of places, as you know, that have had this kind of thing around the country, and there were even reports of people getting phone calls today here in Madison.
Let me see if I can reschedule
There were very
that.
strange calls, people asking personal information, and then these bomb threats at a couple of polling locations, schools that were, of course, closed, but polling locations turned out to be nothing. But once again, still concerning. Election officials say it was just mischief, and they said Ann Jacobs, who is the head of this election commission for the state, said it was just mischief. It was mischief, but bad mischief, but they didn't know what they were up to. So far, a night that seems to be moving right along, but it's going to be a late one.
It sure is. We're glad to have you, Deborah Roberts. Thank you. I'm Kira
10
Phillips.
a.m.
Glad you're all with us tonight. I hope you'll stay with ABC News. We'll be bringing you election results all throughout the night, so don't go far. Our coverage of the race to the White House continues.
What do we have?
America's #1 news.
Trump's still ahead. Oh, Kamala is okay. She's slightly ahead. 68% reporting. No, preferably, she would want to grab Pennsylvania as well. Like, what is going on, Pennsylvania? What are you guys doing? 55% reporting. If she can just secure Pennsylvania, that will, everything else should follow suit. Trump wins. Of course he wins Florida. Florida has always been red. I would never live in Florida. I think that place is a shithole if you ask me. No offense to Floridan, but no.
We're taking a live look right now in Delaware County, Pennsylvania. Of course, one of the crucial 7 battleground states we will be monitoring all night long at a polling place there, as it looks like votes are being tabulated there by poll workers. Welcome back to our America Decides Election Night special coverage live from New York. We have analyzed polling all year, and today we finally hear directly from the voters. So Vlad is looking at exit polling, a sampling of what actual voters are feeling. Vlad, what are we finding out?
All right, Lindsay, we're going to look specifically at the issue of abortion. Check it out. Harris voters, this has become the most important issue for those voters who say that they are supporters.
There of the democracy, abortion, economy. Wow, okay.
Of Vice President Harris. Take a look at this. 56% of Harris voters say that they are concerned about
yeah, let's
the
check
state
in, Rachel. We'll
of
start here
democracy.
on North Carolina.
Followed
Look
up very
again,
closely by
83% of the vote statewide now counted, and Trump with a 3-point advantage here. It's about 135,000 votes. Again, I think we're seeing some clear things we've taken you through, and they're being reinforced the more we look at here. We talked about the rural counties with large black populations where Democrats wanted to run up turnout and make some gains. That has not happened. You take a look at some of these big, well-populated, still Republican suburbs where Trump has had some slippage, where Democrats would need further slippage. We've singled out Union County before. Trump has actually gained ground in Union County. This is a gigantic one just outside of Charlotte. He's actually gained ground there relative to 2020, when this was a big reason the state got as close as it did. Another county that fits the bill here is Johnston County. Again, just very similar to Union County, just outside of Wake County. And again, it's not massive, but Trump doing a point better than he did. Harris doing a point worse than she did. Look, North Carolina is a state that is typically decided within the margins here. You know, the Republicans have been winning it since 2008. Not in landslide margins. So when you have a 1-point swing towards Trump and a 1-point swing away from the Democrats, and you keep seeing that all over the place, boy, that really does start to add up. Even in a place here, 3/4 of the vote in Guilford County, where Greensboro is. This is part of the triad. This is one of the big Democratic vote-producing counties. But again, Biden was over 60% of the vote here, at nearly 61% of the vote in 2020. What's still to come in Guilford County is that Republican favoring a same-day vote.
Whoa,
so
what is
you're
this?
really starting to see this lead
Arizona.
that Trump has right here. The ingredients that are going into it are the ingredients he needed coming into the night. We'll just check in there. Coming into the night to have a good night in North Carolina. Take a trip down to Georgia.
Probably getting a few points,
86% of the vote counted now. Trump's margin over
153,000
votes. Remember, he lost this by about 12,000 last time around. We've been keeping an eye on Fulton County. Democrats need gains there. They can't afford any slippage. The same-day votes counted up here, being counted up here. And now you can see it. Harris has fallen more than a point below where Biden finished in 2020. Trump's improved by more than a point here. A county this size, well over 1 million people here. That is a significant shift there. And with more same day to come, that may get even worse for Democrats right there. You could take a look at Douglas County. Cobb County. Again, we still have vote to come in here, but Harris now basically falling back to Biden's level, the potential to slip even further there. Up here, again, I won't take you through the individual counties, but in North Georgia, this is just the overwhelming Republican part of the state. And this story is being repeated in county after county. Trump is performing better. He won these things by 75 points or so in 2020. He's performing even better in these counties. So look, just zoom out here and look at the implications of this potentially. If this continues with the votes that are still to come in Georgia, North Carolina. I say this as a very, very big if here, but if you just play this out to let you know about the implications here. If Trump gets Georgia, and if Trump gets North Carolina, okay, and there's no other surprises outside of the battlegrounds, and we already saw Iowa called. That was one of the potential surprises people were thinking about. With those two states, Trump would move probably to 251 expected electoral votes. And how many electoral votes are in Pennsylvania? The answer is 19.
No, Pennsylvania,
so
you can't do that.
In North Carolina and Georgia,
Pennsylvania,
Donald Trump is
what are
able
you
to
guys
lock down
doing?
victories in those states. I say
You guys are
if,
slacking.
but based
What?
on what I'm showing you, there's reason
No,
for
yeah, the
hope
Pennsylvania,
for the Trump folks
I'm
that
telling
could
you,
happen.
she
If
needs
Trump
to get
wins
Pennsylvania.
those two states, he'd be at probably.
Because that's Trump ticket to victory. If everything does play out, even the polling shows that. Just you gotta secure it. Because everything else is just
Probably 251, and likely in that scenario, if he could get Pennsylvania, that would get him to 270. Now, Pennsylvania, still a scramble here. 57% of the vote is in. We're going to check in here on Luzerne County. We continue to get more vote out of here. This is one of the key bellwethers we're using because this is Northeast Pennsylvania. Boy, there's a ton of vote in here, and this is the area the Trump campaign said they're going to improve on 2020 here. Again, 2/3 of the vote in now. Trump is ticking up closer to that 2020 level here. So keep an eye on that and the rest of the state. But Pennsylvania, just given what we're seeing in Georgia and North Carolina, increasingly taking center stage right here as one that the Harris campaign has always wanted, felt they needed. If Trump gets Georgia and Trump gets North Carolina, then Pennsylvania becomes an absolute must for Democrats.
Indeed.
By 21% who say abortion is close to top of mind. So for Democrats and seemingly these Harris voters, the economy,
Give me
you
a
believe
second,
it comes in at only 13%. Obviously, foreign policy not even registering with just 3%. And this, to me, is incredibly surprising. Only 2% of those Harris supporters say immigration is top of mind. So state of democracy, abortion. Let's take a look here. They say abortion should be, this is a national poll now, 33% say legal in all cases, 33% say legal in most cases, 25% say illegal in most cases, 6%, only 6% says illegal in all cases. Not very surprising here when it comes to how Democrats think about the issue of abortion. Among women, abortion should be 69% of those polled, Lindsay, say it should be legal. Only 27% say it should be illegal. So, of course, as we've been talking about, this is the first national election since the overturning of Roe versus Wade. And so you see that's a very, very big number. All right, Harris voters, abortion should be legal in all cases. 34% say legal in most cases. This is really, really telling. 58% legal in all cases, 34% legal in most cases. One more slide here. Now, we're looking at Trump voters. Abortion should be legal in all cases, only 6%.
Wow, legal in all cases. Yeah. 10%. Okay, yeah, that's pretty extreme.
Say legal in all cases. But this is kind of surprising. 32% say legal in most cases. 47% say illegal in most cases. So under 50% when it comes to those Trump supporters. Again, this is the first national election since the overturning of Roe versus Wade. These numbers are incredibly telling. Back to you, Lindsay.
Wait a minute.
Election since the overturning.
32% says legal in most cases. Really?
To those Trump supporters.
Oh, okay.
Again,
all right.
This is the first national election.
It's not what. That's not the impression
overturning
that
of Roe versus Wade.
you typically
These
get
numbers are
from.
incredibly telling. Back to you, Lindsay. One more slide here. Now we're looking at Trump voters. Abortion.
I would have thought like over like 50% would say legal in most cases. I'm curious though, Trump voters, because I would believe this if these were Republicans, but Republicans and Trump supporters, they're not exactly, you can't really put them in the same bucket. There's few distinctions, because a lot of Republicans, they actually don't like Trump.
Abortion should be legal in all cases, only 6%.
So I don't know how accurate this is. I would like to hear like what the 32%, who these people are.
Say legal in all cases, but this is kind of surprising. 32% say legal in most cases, 47% say illegal in most cases. So under 50% when it comes to those Trump supporters. Again, this is the first national election since the overturning of Roe versus Wade. These numbers are incredibly telling. Back to you, Lindsay.
Most people have no clue that in 2020.
I I want to see the BTS of Pennsylvania voting.
Well, let's go to Pennsylvania. Matt, go.
Much smaller. This is a bellwether county in a tipping point stake. Rick mentioned 19 delegates at stake here, and the candidates have spent a monumental amount of money and time here, together about $600 million, each of them making 21 campaign stops here. And the Harris campaign has a massive ground game here. 50,000 volunteers. They've made over 2 million door knocks. The Trump campaign already starting to make allegations of voter fraud, something that Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro told me is simply not true. But it has ramped up the threat environment here, and almost every county in the state has an incident command on standby. Typically, that's only designated for disasters. And most of the county officials that we've spoken to say, first,
wait a
they want to
minute,
make sure
what?
that
Hold on.
nobody gets hurt today, and second, that the vote is efficiently and quickly counted. Now,
Wait, what are
it took
these?
5 days to tally the votes. This time, all the
Trump
counties have
has-
committed to counting all
Hold
votes,
on.
not stopping round the clock until it's done.
I don't know which
Every
one's
vote
accurate.
counts, and it's
Is
great to see so
Google
many people
behind or
lining up
something?
early there.
Want a free Trump mystery box delivered straight to your door? You heard that right. Free Trump collectibles. If you're approved for our exclusive VIP Patriot Club, we'll send you a free Trump mystery box packed with amazing Trump collectibles just like this one. And you might be wondering, what's the catch? Well, it's simple. We
Okay,
want
let me
your
wait for things to
honest
settle
feedback
down for a
on the
little
Trump
bit.
collectibles we send you. We want
It's
to know which
still
one
too soon.
While the CEO and editor of the Nevada Independent, John Ralston, who has a sterling Silver State track record when it comes to
Voting favors for Trump, Pennsylvania live. Really? What's this? Is there any reporting or? What is going on in Pennsylvania?
The Keystone State is a focal point for both campaigns on this election day. It has been really from the beginning. Here's why. Whoever wins Pennsylvania will
in
have
Michigan,
the
and again,
easiest
it's
time
very
reaching.
scattered here, but there are a couple of big places I want to look at because they might be offering us some clues. Again, we say with some of these bigger counties, we have questions going into the night, specific questions about counties that, you know, could be extrapolated potentially more broadly. Meaning, let's take a look here at one of the biggest. We flagged this one at the start of the night. This is Oakland County. This is a big, giant suburban county just outside Detroit. And this is, of the two big suburban counties just north of Detroit, this is the Democratic one. This is the one, you know, with a lot of college-educated, higher-income types, a lot of bedroom communities here. So look at this. 2/3 of the vote is now counted in Oakland County. And Harris is winning. The Democrats are supposed to win here. Her margin's inside 10 points. It's less than a 50,000 vote, raw vote margin here. I want to show you what this does in the context of other recent races. In 2020, this was a 14-point win for Joe Biden. And in 2016, this was an 8-point win for Hillary Clinton. And I don't think I need to tell you, this wasn't enough to win Michigan for Hillary Clinton. This was more than enough for Joe Biden to win Michigan. And this right now looks an awful lot like this. Remember our test coming into the night, one of them was to compare Oakland to its next door neighbor, Macomb. Macomb is blue right now. This is the blue-collar, Trump-friendly suburban county. There's almost no vote that's been counted there, so yet to be seen how this is going to measure up. But one of the reasons Democrats were able to win Michigan, why Joe Biden was able to win Michigan
Minnesota,
4 years ago, was
okay,
this.
that's 5%.
He was able to run up a monster
Wisconsin.
number in a gigantic, highly populated suburban county, and it more than offset Trump's strength in the other gigantic blue-collar suburban county. This is a number, if this holds, that the Trump people would be very happy with. The Democrats want that back where it was in 2020. One other county that I think we can look at here and get a bit of a clue from, this is just outside of Lansing, and this is one at the start of the night that the Democrats looked at. They would have said,
We want to flip this county tonight. Let me just show you. It got super close in 2020. Joe Biden came less than a point away from winning it here. It had been a 5-point Trump county in 2016. Again, this is one of those places, the reason why Joe Biden was able to make the gains in Michigan, a big sort of suburban county, outside Lansing here. Biden nearly won it. And again, this 95% basically means all the vote is now in Eaton County. It's gone back to that 2016 level, 51-46, 49-44. That's what the Trump campaign wants to see in counties like this, where they had slippage in counties they won in 2020. They want to get that slippage back. We saw that earlier. We showed you Lackawanna County in Pennsylvania. They did that. They did this just outside Lansing. Here's another place where they really want to do that. You could see right here next to Oakland, it's Livingston County. Okay, this is a mix of sort of suburbia, some rural areas here too. It's gigantic, kind of between Lansing and Detroit. More than half the vote now counted in Livingston County. And again, just want to show you, this was a bad number for Donald Trump 4 years ago. He won this by a little bit less than 23 points. This was a good number for Donald Trump. He won the state of Michigan in 2016, winning here by about just under 30 points. And his margin tonight is looking more so far like 2016 than it is 2020. This is a pattern that's being repeated. We're showing you, not a lot of counties in Michigan have this much vote in, but in those that are, we're starting to see this. And again, we're seeing this in other areas of the battleground, the northern tier of the battleground. Pennsylvania, we had some more that just came in, almost completely here. It can take you through them. You can start right here, Berks County. Okay, this is where Reading is. One of the things we talked about, Reading has the highest concentration of Hispanic residents of any city in Pennsylvania. The Trump campaign says we are going to make gains with Hispanic voters. The national exit poll is showing Trump making substantial gains with Hispanic voters tonight. I've seen counties way outside the battleground with large Hispanic populations where Donald Trump has made dramatic gains tonight. Some in Virginia, Hudson County, New Jersey is another. And here in Berks County, again, with one of the larger Hispanic populations in Pennsylvania, here's Trump with just about, that's basically the vote here, winning it by 13. Look at that. 4 years ago, he won it by 8. This is exactly what the Trump campaign said it was going to do in a place like Burke County. It was going to take that and it was going to make it double digits. They've made it double digits in Burke County. We check in on Luzerne County, and again, we've been talking about this one. As that same day vote comes in, this is Wilkes-Barre, this is Hazleton, another county with a substantial Hispanic population, one of the highest in Pennsylvania. Now Trump has hit his 2020 number there, and he's got a long way to go here. All that vote that's still to come in, we expect to be Election Day vote. The pattern, the trend is pretty clear here. So again, you're seeing Trump in good position in one of those big counties, densely populated counties in northeast Pennsylvania. Take a look down here at Cumberland County. We talked about this one a little while ago. This was a big hope for Democrats in Pennsylvania coming into tonight. Again, 95% means basically it's all in Cumberland County. Again, 2020 looked like this. It's basically the same. It's a fraction of a point different. But that's a win for the Trump campaign because in the context, look at this, it was an 18-point race. Trump won here by 18 points in 2016. Democrats made a huge jump. This was one of their biggest in the state in 2020, bringing it down to 10. They wanted to keep this going tonight. They didn't. Trump was able to stop the losses in Cumberland County. So again, that's something that encourages that his campaign exactly wanted to see right there. We're starting to get Erie County. Again, this would be the vote by mail in Erie County. The story we've been talking about elsewhere now is going to play out in Erie. This is the bellwether. It's one of the two that switched sides to Biden in 2020. The name of the game in the final 2/3 of the vote is, can Trump catch Harris with the Election Day vote? Just checking in on Philadelphia, we're up to 2/3 of the vote now in Philadelphia. And again, this is just Philadelphia, the city. And again, I think this is becoming a bit of a theme we're seeing in multiple states now, the Hispanic vote. Why did Trump make some progress? It was small, but it was there in Philadelphia in 2020. It was because he improved with Hispanic voters in Hispanic areas of the city. With 2/3 of the vote in Philadelphia now, it's 77-21. Well, that looks terrible, but compare that to 2020, and look at that. Trump is running 3.5 points better in Philadelphia than he did in 2020. Harris now 4 points off the Biden number. There is more mail to come, more vote vote by mail to come in Philadelphia, that will be a boost to Harris. But there's also more same-day vote to come. And you can see Trump is running above his 2020 levels there. So where this lands, the Trump campaign's goal in Philadelphia is basically get that Biden number under 80%. So far, they're on course to do that. There's the wild card of the mail there that adds a lot of volatility to this. But again, you're starting to, as these counties fill in, you're starting to see some patterns, and patterns you're not just seeing in one state, you're seeing them in multiple states right now.
So they still got a few more mails and ballots to count. Okay. Wait a minute. Is it, I would assume, like in-person votings, they're the one that gets counts first? I could be wrong. I don't know, like in what order. Pennsylvania. What's this? In-person voting? Yeah, so in-person voting, they get counted first. After that comes mail-ins, votes, and early votings. I guess that makes sense because you have to like verify and have the machinery run through the ballots versus in person where you have an actual person who's been identify and verify. Their votes gets counted like immediately, so. Now I'm curious, like what demographic of the what demographic would be the one that uses the method of mail-in ballots or drop-off the most? I would assume like the younger generation, right? Because I would think a lot of the old heads would rather go in person. They're not too accustomed to like how they could request ballots online. I could be wrong. Go ahead to pause. Let me see. Where is the line? What? Wait.
Just happened. We can tell you about one we've been following, North Carolina, where statewide you can see 85%
oh my God, what's going on here?
Now
Why
in
is
Donald Trump
Pennsylvania
maintaining that lead in the neighborhood of 150,000 votes. The big thing that just happened is we have been talking about the giant, city, core city counties where Democrats need the big margins. We've been waiting all night on Mecklenburg County. This is where the city of Charlotte is. Now we've got almost all of Mecklenburg County has now been reported out. Harris, no surprise, landslide margin here, but This is short of where Joe Biden was here 4 years ago. Joe Biden won Mecklenburg by 35. Right now it's 32.5. And again, this number, Biden lost North Carolina narrowly, but he lost it 4 years ago. The name of the game for Democrats was to make a jump here tonight. You can look at it, do it in the raw vote, and you'll really see it. 378,000. That's the number of votes Joe Biden got here in 2020. 179,000 is Trump. That is essentially a 200,000 vote margin that Democrats got out of Mecklenburg County 4 years ago. Not quite enough to win the state, but the name of the game for them tonight was build on that. Drive that over 200,000 with 90% in. There is still some votes to come in, so this is going to change, but you can see clearly the difference here is sitting at less than 175,000. So instead of going north of 200,000, it is on pace to finish south of where they were 4 years ago. So that's a significant development. Democrats looking at North Carolina all night have wanted something giant to come out of Mecklenburg. We just basically got Mecklenburg. That's what it is. The other one that I think is notable, we don't quite have all of it, but in Wisconsin, again, nearing 60% of the vote in statewide, razor thin. But again, one of those questions we asked at the start of the night, getting some clarity, and it's in the most Democratic vote producing margin county in the state, Dane County. Almost 90% of the vote in here. We're getting close to all the vote in Dane County. Significance here, Democrats rely so much on Dane County in Wisconsin now because they've lost so much ground in the rural areas of this state. I said at the start of the night, every single presidential election this century, the Democrats have added to their margin in Dane County. They have squeezed more and more and more out of it. Take a look at this. 4 years ago, Biden wins Dane County. The University of Wisconsin is here by 53 points, and that is a margin of about get that marker working. That's a margin of about 182,000 votes. Name of the game tonight was to hit that number and go further, like they have in every election this century in Dane County, with about 90% and still some votes to come. But you can see how far short they are of that number. 149,000 right now. 182 was the number back in 2020. This is the county Democrats rely on here. Also in the WOW counties, the question coming in tonight, the WOW counties being the big suburban bedroom communities right outside Milwaukee. Coming into the night, they're red now. They've consistently been red. How much less red would they get? We keyed in on Ozaukee County. Okay, this is now 60% of the vote is in Ozaukee County. Significance here is Trump lost in 2016, he won the county, but he lost so much ground that this was the worst Republican performance in Ozaukee County since 1964. This fits the profile demographically of exactly where Democrats thought they could knock it out of the park tonight. Knock it out of the park in Ozaukee County means get this down to single digits, something like that. Instead, 60% of the vote in. We'll see what happens the rest of the way. But so far, Trump has stopped the losses in Ozaukee County, which had been considerable, the decline in Ozaukee County, which had been considerable since he became the Republican candidate in 2016, and now leading by more than 14 points here. So those are some big counties, significant counties, politically significant counties, where we now have a giant chunk of the vote, and we can start to see some patterns developing. Again, just checking in statewide, close to 60%. It is very close there statewide, but, that is a county, a few counties where we have that much vote in that size. That's very significant, potentially, what we just saw in Dane County.
It's an elderly. Okay. We got any Gen Z around here or Middle Ages? What in the world? Do you see that? Oh my god. That's gotta be a butt implant. Not it. Her ass isn't even proportionate to her body. That's insane. We got some Middle Ages, so I guess. And then to be fair, it's not like a lot of the Gen Zs are gonna vote. I mean, not. I would argue about at most half of them might vote, but I think most voters are like in their mids, like from their 30s, mid 30s to onward. Arizona, oh boy. I voted 76 times. Yeah, that's true. Oh, Cali's picking up. Cali, Washington. We still gotta grab Pennsylvania. Trump is too. She's gotta grab Pennsylvania. 67 reporting. We're just gonna have to keep waiting. There's nothing decisive at the moment. What are they doing? Are they hiding behind curtains to like, so because they don't want people to know like who they vote for or something? I don't know what this website is on, but let me close this because it seems I don't know how do you. This is live, right? How do you get 240? I mean 240, 42 for Trump and Kamala like 108. I don't get it. Yeah, probably close down with. A lot of these websites, they're calling the shot a bit too soon, or at the very least they're giving points to certain candidates based on the likelihood, even though, for example, in Oregon it's 2% in, but they're giving it to Trump. I don't like what they're doing here because it comes on very misleading. You can't really be decisive at 2%.
There's 270 electoral votes needed to win. And CBS News Philadelphia reporter Waukesha Bailey.
Yeah, maybe they're not all, you know, like elderly, because I was expecting a lot of people who do in-person voting are people, you know, in the older generations that may not be too accustomed to like technology and how to request your ballots.
Bailey is live at a polling place in Philly. What are you seeing there? And are voters really fired up after those Pennsylvania rallies from both campaigns yesterday?
Yeah, good morning, Lana. You know, voters here in Philadelphia, they've been fired up for some time now, especially after last night's festival. Now, right now, we are at one of the largest mosques here in Philadelphia, and soon we're going to be seeing some of our top leaders come here. They're going to be casting their ballots, one of them being Mayor Sherrell Parker here in Philadelphia. Now, we've been out here all morning, and as you know, our polls opened at 7 o'clock this morning,
that we can really
and
do
so
at the
far,
moment.
these lines have
Just
really
waiting
been
for more results
nonstop. A
coming.
lot of people are here because they have a
it's
lot
too
of
soon,
issues. They also know that this day is very historic,
really,
and they
say
have
anything
had
at this
no
point.
problem telling us who they're voting for or why they plan on also voting. Lana?
All right, Waukesha Bailey, thank you.
Opposite, but just look at this. This is a 1,000-vote race in Wisconsin, the benchmark for Donald Trump.
Trump really appears to be.
I'll put this on for now.
I'm here. Did you just throw it at me? Oh. Somebody was talking to me, IFB. I apologize. Here we go. Some more returns in Pennsylvania. As I gather my train of thought here, I wanted to update you on 3 key counties here, again, in northeast Pennsylvania. We started the night saying, and we've said it a few times, that there are only 2 counties in Pennsylvania that are true swing counties. That is to say, they backed Donald Trump in 2016 when he won the state. Then they flipped over and they backed Joe Biden when he won the state in 2020. One of them is Erie County, where you see right now about half the vote is in. Harris is ahead here. This is primarily on the strength of the vote by mail. The question is, as the rest of the vote comes in, which we know is Republican friendly, is Trump going to catch Harris there? Put a pin in that one, because the other one, we pretty much have all the vote in right now, and it's flipping. Northampton County, this is where eastern Pennsylvania is. This is the other county that flipped to Joe Biden in 2020 when he won the state. This fits a pattern we started talking about a little bit ago. There's a substantial Hispanic population in this county, and Donald Trump has made meaningful gains here. Joe Biden won this by a fraction of a point. It's now more than 5 points in Trump's favor, with just about all the vote counted up. We also just got a lot of the vote, almost all of it now, in Lehigh County. And again, Joe Biden won here by 8 points in 2020. It's a little under 5 right now. What's in Lehigh County? The city of Allentown is in Lehigh County. It is a majority Hispanic county. Both candidates paid a lot of attention to this. The Trump folks have bet on making gains with Hispanic voters, particularly in cities like Allentown in Pennsylvania. We don't have all the returns in from the city of Allentown yet, but what we do have shows Trump making significant further gains in that city. We also have from Monroe County just about all the vote in. This is the city of Stroudsburg. East Stroudsburg is here. Again, substantial growing Latino population. And look at this. In 2020, Joe Biden won here by 6.5 points. Kamala Harris now ahead by 0.7 of a point with just about all the vote in. Something else we've been seeing tonight, this is really, I keep pointing it out because I keep seeing it, and I think it's important to know. There's a lot of counties like this in Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin where Donald Trump either won or came very close in 2016, and he lost meaningful ground in 2020 when he lost all 3 of those states. And we keep seeing this tonight. Where he's landing tonight is back where he landed in 2016. These were winning numbers for Trump. These were losing numbers from Trump. This is another county where you're seeing winning, the 2016 winning numbers for Trump. And just to put Lehigh in perspective here, too, Lehigh County, again, I think we showed you 8 for Biden, less than 5 tonight. So you're also seeing it there. We continue to see it. Philadelphia, monitoring this as well. Now, more than 80% of the vote is counted here. Again, compare this to 2020. Biden won here 81-18. We're going to take it a step further back because I want you to see the longer-term trend here. In fact, I can take it all the way back to 2012 because I think it's an interesting story. In 2012, Barack Obama won this county by 71 points. Okay, the county, it's Philadelphia. It's the city of Philadelphia. Donald Trump in 2016, he brought it down to 67 points. In 2020, Trump lost ground in the state. Trump lost the entire state of Pennsylvania. But look at this. He basically brought it down to 63 points from 71, 67, 63. And tonight, right now, this is down to 56 points. From 71 in 2012 down to 56. Again, what are we seeing here? What we saw in 2020, the Hispanic precincts of Philadelphia, we saw meaningful improvement for Donald Trump. We're not talking about 10, 20, 30 points here. We're talking about enough, though, to bring 67-point gap down to 63, and tonight, currently 56. The margin for Kamala Harris in Philadelphia right now is just about 300,000 votes. Democrats would love to see that land tonight at 500,000. Boy, they got a long way to go to get there. The one thing Democrats have to hope for in Philadelphia right now is there is a large number of vote-by-mail ballots that are going to be released. Looking at my clock here, we think in the next 45 minutes or so. That should boost the Harris number in Philadelphia. That should boost the margin there. But she needs to get that back at least to where Joe Biden was 4 years ago. She needs to get that margin way up. I'm just going to take a quick look through the collar counties here because I think we're starting to get some meaningful vote. Again, these collar counties, especially Delaware, Chester and Montgomery County have become big, core Democratic vote-producing counties. Delaware County is the most Democratic of these three, and you can see it was 63-36 here in 2020. The name of the game in all these counties, Democrats want to be landing north of the Joe Biden number from 2020. They're on the Joe Biden number in Delaware County right now. Take a look out in Chester County. Again, this is where Democrats, I said at the start of the night, they want to land over 60%.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Okay, yeah, I'm on. Wait, how are you going to make a comparison to 2020, right? Which has a total accumulation of all the votes. This one, like where we are right now, they're still counting. It's only 4 or 5% in, right? And you can see that in the numbers. Kamala has a 19K, Trump has nearly 60, right? You can't make a comparison based off like less than half of the votes being counted in. I don't get what they're doing here because it's like we're still in the process of accumulating all the votes, including mail and ballots. I don't know why they keep making these comparisons. Like what?
In Chester County than 4 years
I'll
ago.
be right back.
If this is basically a push with 2020, the Trump folks, if you offered them that at the start of the night, I think they would have taken it. We'll see what that remaining vote does.
I'm gonna do some little bit of stretching because I am pretty tired today, and I mean there's really nothing. It's too soon to really come to any decisive conclusion. I mean it's the first day of election, so all we can do is like just keep waiting for more reports to come in. Okay, alright. What is happening here? Pennsylvania, 67. No, my bad, 76. I don't know what the presidential general, what they're running on, but their like reporting seems to be completely different. They're behind on Harris, but ahead on Trump. So I'm not exactly sure what's going on over there. My bad, my bad. I didn't mean to do that. Hold on. There we go. Trump at 2. Oh, this is not looking good for Harris. What is going on in Pennsylvania?
Look at a few more things we're getting in.
She
First of all,
needs
I
to-
want to point
oh,
this out. This is what the national popular vote is right now. Now, customarily, we've seen this the last 2 elections, 20 and 16, that Trump has led in the tally of the national popular vote, well into the night. And typically what you see certainly is California comes in late, and it takes a while to get all the vote counted there. And that's just a millions of vote margin for Democrats. So certainly this is going to change, and we're just starting to get California in. But outside of the core battleground, there are a couple things that I want to flag. A couple states that it's awfully late in the night and we don't have calls on yet that I think a lot of folks might have expected we would. Let me start in Virginia, where 80% of the vote is now in. And Kamala Harris, you see, is ahead here by about 2.5 points in the count. But again, in 2020, this was a 10-point state for Joe Biden over Donald Trump. What's changed tonight? Where has Trump made progress in Virginia? Take a look here. Loudoun County. This is one, if you remember that governor's race in Virginia in 2021 when Glenn Youngkin won, we talked an awful lot about Loudoun County, suburbs, exurbs of Washington, D.C., just lightning fast growth here. Biden won this thing by 25 points. It's been getting leaps and bounds more Democratic. Look what happened in Loudoun County tonight. What had been a 25-point win for Joe Biden comes down to a 16-point win. And again, Trump needs to be improving to win Virginia, on average by about 10 points in these counties. He comes very close to it there in Loudoun County. Take a look, Prince William County. This is a very densely populated and a very diverse county. Again, significant Hispanic population. Biden won this by 27, down to 18 points tonight. Just about all in there in Prince William County. Virginia Beach, we still have a lot of vote to come in Virginia Beach. And this is one, this is where Joe Biden won by 5. This is one when Glenn Youngkin became governor. He flipped and won. And Trump right now leading this by 6 points. Again, that would be an 11-point shift here. There's a lot of areas here, that Trump would still need to do even better in if he were actually going to overtake Harris here. But the fact that it's this late at night and Trump has made gains that have held this so much so far, it's significant. It's part of why that popular vote is maybe a bigger lead this hour than you thought Trump would have. Bigger reason, though, is this. This is why I raised it. New York, look, it's been called. Harris is going to win New York. Her margin is 12 points. Check this out. In 2020, it was 23 points for Joe Biden. With nearly 90% of the vote in, Harris is only winning this by 12 points. Now, first of all, from a national popular vote perspective, Biden won this state by 2 million votes in 2020. The margin isn't yet 1 million, and we're getting close to all the vote in New York. And I want to zoom in a little bit closer here because I think this is significant.
How is she doing worse than Biden?
New York City itself, the 5 boroughs of New York City, they're each their own individual county. And let me just show you what's happened here. Overwhelming Democratic city. Manhattan, the most liberal county in New York, a portion of New York, 86-12, a 74-point Biden win, down to 63. Trump's made double-digit gains in Manhattan. Take a look at Queens, 45-point Joe Biden win in 2020, down to 24, a 20-point net gain so far for Donald Trump in Queens, New York. Take a look over at Brooklyn. 55 has come down to 43. Staten Island's very small population-wise. It is the Republican borough of New York City. And you can see even there, though, Trump has gained a net of about 20 points with just about all the vote in there. And again, I flag that because we are seeing it in New York. Trump's gains with Hispanic voters, working class Hispanic voters. You're seeing it in New York City. It's being reflected in that statewide vote here, which has come down significantly. And even if you go across the Hudson River into New Jersey has 85% of the vote tallied. We have not yet called it. Now, Kamala Harris is ahead here by nearly 200,000 votes. But again, contrast this to New Jersey in 2020. This was a 16-point state. Tonight, it is a 5-point race with 85% of the vote tallied. The margin here in 2020 was about 800,000 votes for Joe Biden. Tonight, it hasn't yet cracked 200,000. Again, that has cracked 200,000. Again, that has potential national popular vote implications for those who are tracking that. But I wanted to point out New Jersey. Again, we see Harris is in pretty good shape to win the state. But take a look at Hudson County. Hudson County, just across there, this is where Union City, New Jersey is, for instance. It's 80% Hispanic. A lot of small, densely populated cities in Hudson County with large Hispanic populations. Joe Biden won here by 46 points. Tonight it's 28 points. This is basically it in Hudson County, from 46 to 28. This is one of those giant core Democratic counties in New Jersey the Democratic Party relies on. That's a massive, massive shift. And again, that speaks to Trump's gains, it really would seem, with Hispanic voters. So again, those are some of the states here that have bearing on the national popular vote. We saw the polls nationally much tighter than before. We wondered if Trump was going to narrow the margin in some of those big states. That is what we're seeing. I did want to follow up on Wisconsin, too, now getting close to 70% of the vote in. And yes, we were just talking about Dane and the question of what was left and could the Democrats here hit that margin that they got out of 2020. And it's true. OK, well, here we go. Now we're up to 95%. So we just, since I checked in a few minutes ago, we got more. We're getting close to all of the vote in Dane County. 163,000. That's the Harris margin in Dane County, 163,000. In 2020, that was about 182,000. 182, 163. We'll see if there's any more votes to come. But when that hits 95%, there usually aren't. So again, if anything like that holds, boy, Democrats want to be at that number. This is where they've improved their performance every time for 4 years. Where Democrats have improved tonight, where Harris has improved, or it looks like she will, not much to come in Waukesha. Big county, 400,000 people live here. One of those wow counties right outside Milwaukee. And here again, Trump got, basically 60%, 60 to 39. Trump falling a point here so far. Harris rising a point over Biden. So that is progress for Democrats in a very big county. You can take a look here at Ozaukee County. And again, this one, now we got about 3/4 of the vote in. And Trump is running a bit above, not much. It's basically level with his 2020 number. Again, this is one where Democrats want to get a couple points better, see what happens with that remaining vote. And we talked at the start of the night about, we say the wow counties and the bow counties here. Brown County, Outagamie County, Winnebago County, mid-sized cities along sort of the Fox River, Lake Winnebago. These are all counties that Donald Trump won in 2020, but with reduced margins. Is he returning to 2016 levels, or is he back at 2020 levels? So Outagamie County here, again, this is where the city of Appleton is. In 2016, when Trump won Wisconsin, he won this county by about 13 points. In 2020, when he lost Wisconsin, it was a 10-point margin. And tonight, as you can see, 67%. It's back at that 13-point spread right now. Now, again, votes still to come in Outagamie County. But I only flag this because we are seeing it in an awful lot of places tonight where Trump is returning to 2016 levels. These aren't always dramatic shifts, but Wisconsin's a state. When Trump won it, it was by 20,000 votes. When Biden won it, it was by 20,000 votes. So these kinds of differences can make all the difference. See what happens with the remaining vote there. But that's something we've been seeing in other places in this northern tier of the battleground all through the night. Again, now up near 70%. It's very close here, about 67,000 votes. More to come out of those wow counties, and we'll see if there's anything left there in Dane. But if that number doesn't move, that's a little bit below, I think, where Democrats wanted to be there.
Let's run this back. She's gotta grab Pennsylvania. She's gotta do it. It's 80% reported. This isn't looking good. No, not for Kamala.
Turning's not over. I look at Michigan and still see Harris in a pretty good position in Michigan. And as Ryan has said before about Wisconsin, I still think that's a jump ball. Although, look, you have.
Let's start with Rahima. You're in Erie. That's a bellwether county there in key battleground, Pennsylvania. What are you seeing on the ground? What are you hearing from voters so far?
Anna, let me tell you, we're in a elementary school, and there are 2 precincts where people are voting out of this one location. This one here behind me, I'm going to walk over here, come with me, and you see people lined up over here to cast their ballot. Folks tell me that they began lining up a half hour before the polls opened this morning. That's how anxious they were to come in here and cast their ballot. They had a heavy stream of people early this morning. In the first 2 hours, they say they had over 200 people who voted. Now, to put it in perspective, they say in an off-presidential year, they might have 200 people per day to cast their ballots. So it means there's been a lot of interest of things going on here. Listen to some of what some people had to say about why they're voting and how they voted. We got some sound from folks earlier. Take a listen.
I'm glad that it's over. I'm glad it's almost over. It's been crazy, you know, it's been chaotic. You know, the whole election thing started to seem like way early this year, but I did my part.
I'm happy that I'm voting. I'm happy to see so many people this early are voting. I think it's a wonderful thing.
One person, when asked what made him make his decision or when did he decide, he said he watched a bunch of ads yesterday and he made his decision yesterday to vote for Harris. Another person said to me that except for how he handled COVID, he thought former President Trump was a pretty good president and he voted for him. Anna?
Rahima Ellis, thank you so very much. Let's turn now to Yasmin Vossoughian in Michigan, another key piece of that blue wall that Trump is trying to flip. Yasmin, good morning. Where do things stand and what can we expect with the vote count tonight?
Obviously, Michigan, an integral swing state here in this country when you're thinking about both candidates vying for the state of Michigan, right? Donald Trump finishing out his closing remarks yesterday evening in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Tim Walz was in Detroit. Kamala Harris was in Detroit 2 nights ago as well. I'm in a middle school, right? This is where folks are voting. Folks are lining up, getting their votes in early today on this historic, likely election day, right? I'm going to ask my photog, Sam, to swing around here because you got folks filing in there, right, figuring out their precincts where they're going to put in their vote, and then obviously filling out their ballots, right? Integral, as I mentioned. We're looking at the numbers here when it comes to early voting. 44% of folks have already voted. That's registered active voters, 3.2 million people so far. I've been speaking to some voters outside this polling site here in Dearborn, Michigan, traditionally Arab American voters. Here's some of what they had to say, guys.
I think he's a good businessman, so if he runs the country as a business, we should do okay. And at the end of the day, it's just a face for the country, you know?
The momentum has shifted toward the voices that are going to carry us
It's not how business works, though, right?
through and give women
It
our
isn't that
voices back.
simple.
I'm a physician, and I'm fighting for my patients. I'm fighting for the rights of my patients and their futures.
Me personally, I'm going Green Party.
Why is that?
Because I feel that we need a third party in the system. I feel like, you know, it's been too much of a two-party system for a while. I don't think the founding fathers wanted that way, so maybe change it.
The three big major issues I've been hearing about from voters here, it is the war in Gaza. They're voting with that in mind. It is reproductive rights, as we heard from that last woman, the physician there. She's voting with that in mind. She actually voted for Kamala Harris this morning. And it's the economy. It's jobs as well. Number one issue for a lot of voters here in Michigan. Hoping to get some of those results out of Michigan, as I talked to the Secretary of State earlier today, sometime tomorrow, guys.
Yasmin Vossoughian, thank you. Now let's check in with Antonia in North Carolina. A state Democrats have only won twice in the last 50 years. What's the scene there?
Good morning, Anna. Well, I am here in Raleigh, and there's been a steady stream of voters coming in all day. Tons of them lined up before the polls opened around 6:30 a.m. And look, people here are energized. Both parties are here to give people information, but from what I'm seeing, most voters are charging right ahead because they feel incredibly passionate, particularly Democrats in this area. I mean, this is the kind of metro area where they need to run up the numbers. This is the area with the most precincts, the most voters, the highest turnout historically. You need the black community to come out for Harris. You need young voters, college-aged voters to come out. And in the ending period of early voting, they just started to see that. And now they're really hoping they see that final surge now on Election Day. The issues that are driving people, healthcare, abortion, criminal justice reform, and of course the economy. Take a listen to some of the conversations I've had today. What do you think is different this time around?
Actually, it's because, you know, I've seen like some of her like rallies. She actually cares about us, unlike that other person.
Voting for something that matters. It's just, especially because it's my first time ever voting, pretty nerve-wracking. But I'm also not somebody who's super into politics normally. So I made sure to do all of the research I needed to before I voted.
Ross, the last voter that you heard from right there, is a first-time voter, and the Democratic Party here in North Carolina has been incredibly aggressive with their ground game this time around, and they've really made a huge effort to get young people engaged, not just, frankly, with the presidential ticket, but all the way down. I mean, there's a gubernatorial race here that's really been in the headlines because of scandal rocking the Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson here. There's also a school superintendent race here that's galvanizing a lot of people. And so the energy is certainly here on the ground. And good news for anyone who's anxious, North Carolina's pretty good at getting their results in fast, so we may know a lot around 11 or so tonight.
11, oh boy. It's gonna be a long night. Right. Really? Wait, how old is Trump? What the hell? 76? How old is Biden? I did not know they were that close. Yeah, Pennsylvania. The entire presidential race could boil down to who wins Pennsylvania, indeed. Indeed. Still 81%. Oh man. Alright, I'll be right back. At the moment, I mean, it's honestly, there's not really much we can really say about it until more reports come in. So I'll be right back. I'm honestly really tired today, so I'm gonna do some more stretching. But I'll leave this stream on, so because it's gonna go on for a few more hours tonight, so, and probably tomorrow. But Pennsylvania, that's probably gonna be the deciding factor. But yeah, the stream will still be here, but it's gonna be doing a bit of stretching, so be right back.
Okay, let's take a look at Pennsylvania, where you had Jacob there a few minutes ago setting up what probably any minute now we're going to see out of Philadelphia, and that is, he says, about 50,000 vote by mails. The results going to be released in Philadelphia. Of course, that is the most Democratic-friendly, overwhelmingly Democratic vote. So when that gets reported, we want to see what it does. This margin for Harris right now in Philadelphia sits at 305,000. Remember, ultimately, Democrats are hoping tonight to get that in the neighborhood of 500,000 votes. Got a long way to go with a little bit more than 2/3 of the vote in. And again, the context for this is where things stand in Philadelphia right now is that Trump is running so far 4 points above where he finished in 2020. Again, let's see. This mail update is going to be huge because how much do these numbers change? Democrats want to be above and need to be above this Biden level and be getting that plurality close to 500,000 because of what else we're seeing right now and what's coming even in the last few minutes in Pennsylvania. And let me just show you what that is. A couple things. We said put a pin in Luzerne County, where Wilkes-Barre is, where Hazleton is. That's a majority, almost 70% Hispanic city. We now have all the vote in Luzerne County. Donald Trump is going to win this by a little bit more than 21 points. Compare this to 4 years ago, it was 14. Theme, but it's important. Trump's gains with Hispanic voters. You're absolutely seeing it here in Luzerne County. He's going to win this by more than 20 votes. That's a significant jump for him. His campaign said he was going to do that. They did do that here. We also saw him make those gains in Lackawanna County right next door earlier tonight. Also, where we're getting some clarity in Pennsylvania, South Central Pennsylvania, Lancaster County. This is one of the counties where you can see in 2020, Trump got 57-41. It's 57-58 if you round it 41 now. This is a place where Trump slipped in 2020, where Democrats wanted him to slip further. That's not happening. This is a big region population-wise. It doesn't get the same attention as Philadelphia. Lebanon County here, too. All the vote is in. Again, Democrats wanted more of a Trump drop-off here. They don't get it in Lebanon County tonight. And we showed you Cumberland County, I believe, earlier, but also in this region, also a place Democrats wanted gains, also a place where really they're not getting it tonight. Look inside the collar counties here, just outside Philadelphia. These are huge population-dense counties, and I'll flag a couple things. We got almost all the vote in Delaware County right now. Of these core collar counties, this is the most Democratic. It's the most diverse, most blue-collar of these these three, of Delaware, of Chester, of Montgomery. Now, in 2020, Joe Biden won here by essentially 27 points. Getting close to all the vote in here right now, and it sits at about 24.5. Harris not at the Biden level. And keep in mind, again, this is very clear in Pennsylvania right now. Generally in these counties, the vote by mail is all reported out early, and what remains is this same-day vote that's Republican leaning. So in all these counties, you just see Trump incrementally improving with each update, and Harris is now almost 2 points under where Joe Biden got in this core Democratic county 4 years ago. Next door in Chester County. Now, this is more significant drop-off for Harris from Biden, but Chester County, unlike just about every other county in Pennsylvania, they are waiting until the end of the night, they say, to release their vote by mail. So let's see when the vote by mail comes in Chester County, if Harris can get back and surpass that 58, but there is also same-day vote coming in that is helping Trump here. Next door in Montgomery County, this is just an enormous suburban county. And again, we've got the vote by mail. We're waiting on the same day, and already Harris is now running a point behind where Joe Biden finished in this county in 2020. Go up to Bucks. Bucks here, it's a little bit different. It's more blue-collar, certainly, than Chester and Montgomery. It's more of a swing county. And again, now about half the vote is in here. Biden won this by 4.5 points in 2020. Trump has now taken the lead in Bucks County. It's tiny, but he's taken the lead. And again, this theme in counties like Bucks County and these more blue-collar counties throughout the northern tier of the battleground, you're seeing it. This was such a close race in 2016. Democrats made a significant jump here in 2020, and Trump is sort of rolling back the clock to 2016. So far, you're seeing that in Bucks County as well. We also said in Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, and those inner suburbs, huge Democratic area. We're coming close to all the vote in, 94%. We are super close right now. And again, let me just show you. In 2020, Biden essentially got 60%. And your Harris is very close to that, but she's not quite at that level. And Democrats won her over 60% here. Given everything I'm showing you about these Trump gains, especially in these counties with significant Hispanic populations, it becomes essential for Democrats.
If Kamala, if she can't grab Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, especially Pennsylvania. She really needed this. Then it's gonna be game over for her. Like, because, you know, based on it, if we were to give it an estimate of the polling, that was the premise that we were going off on, because these were swing states, right? So no, my bad, no. So as long as she secure the ones in north, Wisconsin's, Michigan's, and Pennsylvania, that would be, you know, that would be an easy win. But now things are turning around. So
Democrats that Harris in these areas overperform where Joe Biden for, but again, he is still running.
They're saying he's 84% reporting.
Of where he was in Philadelphia back in 2020. So
Ooh,
let's see
yeah,
that final.
it's going to be a tough one for
final vote by mail update. But this one took Trump down enough, but it didn't take him back
these swing
to the
states
level
flip
Democrats
around again,
want him at there.
especially
And we can just
Pennsylvania.
take a trip
She
down
needs
quickly
this.
to Georgia, because we've got
She needs to
some
take
more
this away
counties that
from
have
him.
basically filled in Georgia now. 93% of the vote.
It's going to be game
and
over.
you do see that margin for Trump has come down a little bit. It's just under 120,000 votes, his lead statewide. Not a lot of votes left here, but one place we finally got clarity in here is Gwinnett County. This is a giant one, more than 1 million people in that core Atlanta metro area. Not all, but almost all the votes here right now. And again, let me just show you. It was 18 points for Joe Biden in 2020. Right now, about 16.5 for Harris. This has been the trajectory. Clinton won this thing by only about 6. Margin exploded for Democrats in 20, and they wanted it to take that next step forward in 2024. Again, to offset what has been one of the stories tonight. We don't really show it because these counties are all so individually small, but I could just take you through dozens of counties that you see in red here where it's a Trump gain of 2 points, of 3 points, of 2 points, of 3 points, and you add those all together and put them together. That's a big reason why Trump has amassed this lead statewide. We've also got a little bit more in now out of DeKalb County. You know, some of this county here is inside the perimeter, large black population, large population of college-educated white voters. Not quite, Harris, hitting that number that Biden hit here in 2020. Massive win for here, but not quite hitting it. Still some votes to come, though. Democrats want to get more, desperately need more out of there. They would desperately need more out of, you know, this is this is as core Democratic a county as you get. And again, Harris basically level, but a tick under where Joe Biden was in 2020. Not much to come. Democrats need every vote they could possibly get out of there. So again, you reset it statewide, seeing if anything changed. 118,000 votes. That's the Trump margin right now. And I'll just check to see if anything changed dramatically in Pennsylvania. 166,000, 85%. And you see what the lay of the land looks like there right now.
What I don't understand is how is she, like, how is Biden, how is she getting less votes than Biden, right? We're going by counties. Like, what? Even if you were to look at their track record, in no way is Biden more qualified, like, especially given, like, the fact that there are, like, questions or conflicts about his, him being senile, right? You have someone who's younger, right? And her track, regardless of like what you think of her records, they're still, like, she's far more cleaner than Biden when it comes to that as well. I'm not, maybe people aren't just, you know, willing to vote for her. I'm not sure, like, what. Perhaps I don't understand people as well as I do, as well as I think I do. But no, she needs to. She's got to pull Pennsylvania. At this point, it is becoming the single most important state. Like, it's going to decide who wins. Oh, wait a minute. She's closing in. Yo, she's closing in. Holy crap. Oh my god. So it's 85% reporting. I believe... Where were they at? I'm sorry. Like, where were they at? I really should, like, freaking take a screenshot or something. No, she's pulling back. She said, so the difference is, like, approximately what? A little bit over, no, less than 200k. So she's picking up the pace slowly but surely. It's still possible for her to pull this off. 100%. She's picking up the pace just slightly, but surely. But okay, if we were to let's run this back again. Georgia, is it decided? Yeah, okay. Let's give Georgia to Trump. Sure. North Carolina, sure. No. This is 48, Michigan, Wisconsin's. Oh no. No, wait a minute. No, I'm looking at it wrong. So has Alaska, has it? Hold on, let me look back at 2020. Okay. Alright. I don't know much about Alaska, but it seems to be a red state. Okay, fine. So, if we were to run this back. Okay. She needs to grab Wisconsin or Michigan, right? One of them. And Pennsylvania. And after that, Nevada, we can give Nevada to her. And from there on, I mean, everything's gonna rest on Arizona. Where is Arizona at the moment? It's pretty close. Yeah, if this does happen, then yeah, it's gonna become, it's gonna become extremely close. But she's gotta grab Pennsylvania. Now she grabs all these blue states, right? That were blue states in the last election. Then that'll give her the win. But I'm trying to give Trump the benefit of the doubt by just giving Michigan away. But if she could just grab Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, that would be a thorn in his path. So Pennsylvania.
Yeah, and Rachel, what we can say now with that Georgia call is if Kamala Harris doesn't win a state that's not been treated as a battleground state, if she doesn't do that, then she now absolutely must pull out a win in Pennsylvania, because if there's no surprises outside the battleground, then Georgia plus North Carolina plus Pennsylvania would get Donald Trump to 270 electoral votes and the presidency. And look at Pennsylvania. We are closing in on 90% of the vote here. Donald Trump is leading by 168,000 votes right now. A couple of things that we can show you that have come in now in Pennsylvania to add a little more clarity. We said at the start of the night, 2 counties are pure bellwethers in Pennsylvania. Voted for Trump in 16, flipped to Biden in 20. What would they do tonight? We told you that Northampton County in the east has flipped to Donald Trump. The other one, Erie County, we've now got the results from Erie County. It's flipped back to Donald Trump. Again, just take a look at this. In 2016, when Trump won Pennsylvania, he won Erie County. He gave it back to Biden when Biden won the state. Now Trump is reclaiming Erie County tonight. Again, this is one of those big sort of quintessentially, you'd call it Rust Belt counties, a lot of big blue collar population there. Where are we waiting for remaining vote in Pennsylvania right now then? We've talked a lot about Philadelphia. Jacob has told us there are going to be a big batch of mail-in votes that we are not going to know until sometime tomorrow morning. That's it. There's also some same-day vote that's been coming in. The same-day vote has been running less Democratic than the vote by mail. And again, the big picture in Philadelphia is the Democrats are currently 3 points behind where Joe Biden ran in 2020. And this reflected a bit of a disappointment for Democrats. They won Pennsylvania, obviously, in 20. They were thrilled with that. But their Philadelphia number came down. It's coming down further so far, and unless those remaining mail-in ballots really boost them dramatically, Trump may finish with more than 20% in Philadelphia. Also still to come, we've got a few votes left in Delaware County, big suburban county, right outside Philadelphia. But again, right now, Harris is not hitting that Biden number. She absolutely needs to hit and exceed that in these places. Chester County, I think we're pretty much down to the vote by mail in Chester County. Of course, that is the very Democratic vote. So the question becomes, when we get that vote by mail, Harris is at 54.5. She's got to get past, she's really got to move past that Biden number. Will the remaining vote by mail in Chester County do that for her? Up to Montgomery County, more than 3/4 of the vote in here. This is a giant county, though. There are still lots of votes left to come. Again, from Harris's standpoint, she's got to get past that Biden number with what's left to come here. No vote by mail left in Montgomery County. Move up to Bucks County. 2/3 is in right here. This would be, if Donald Trump hangs on here, still plenty of votes to come, though, this would be a flip. And again, of those immediate Philadelphia area counties, this one a little bit more blue collar than the ones I just showed you. So again, that's a trend we're seeing. We saw it in Erie. We saw it in Northampton. We're seeing that in a lot of places tonight. Also, I'm giving you Democratic, big sort of Democratic vote areas, Bucks notwithstanding, but Chester, Montgomery, and Delaware. In southwest Pennsylvania, the 2 big counties here, we've got Washington all in. I want to draw your attention to this because these are 2 big bedroom community suburbs of Pittsburgh. In Washington County, Donald Trump has improved tonight. The core Republican area, he wanted to boost his numbers in a place like this. You can see in Washington, he has. And if you go next door to Westmoreland County, which is even bigger, there is still vote to come in Westmoreland County. Trump currently, take a look at this, 28 points was his margin, 36 here right now. Again, if he finishes above that 28, it's exactly what he wanted to be doing. So for Democrats, it's going to take something really kind of massive out of Philadelphia, where really those numbers are disappointing for them so far. And again, out of Chester with that vote by mail, some more to come in Montgomery, and they're going to need to get bigger margins with what's to come. Again, 170,000 votes. That's Trump's advantage here, nearing 90% in Pennsylvania. Just checking on Allegheny. And again, those are the stakes. Trump wins this state. He's probably got this. Yeah, I'm watching Pennsylvania because now we've inched over 90% of the vote in, and Trump's margin now has moved over 200,000 votes in Pennsylvania. That's a 3.5 almost point advantage for Trump. What just happened and what's left? Well, we just got a big piece of the puzzle. York County this is a biggie. And again, we talk about that south central Pennsylvania region as a sleeper. We just got all of the rest of the vote here. There was a lot outstanding. And again, to put this in perspective, this is an improvement from Trump over where it was 4 years ago, and that completes pretty much the storyline in this region of the state. One of the big questions we asked in Pennsylvania at the start of the night was, would Trump decline further in this part of the state? He had dropped a bit. He had dropped a bit in 2020. He didn't drop any further in counties like this tonight: Lebanon County, Lancaster County, Cumberland County, now York County. Where else did we just get results? We got it in Westmoreland County. We're almost complete here. Again, big Republican suburban, some rural areas too, certainly, but big Republican county outside Pittsburgh. And again, Trump is running a little bit better than he did here in 2020. That's what his campaign wanted to see. We also got some more results out of Montgomery County. We're getting close to everything in there, 86%. Harris is winning in Montgomery County, big suburban county right outside Philadelphia. It's a 22-point margin for her. But what we have been watching is this number, this Harris number, has been ticking down ever so slightly with every update. Why? Because every update is the vote that was cast today. That is the most Republican-friendly vote. The vote by mail, the most Democratic-friendly, that was released early in Montgomery County. So what are we still waiting on in Pennsylvania? Well, again, Philadelphia, we've got about 80% of the vote in here right now. Harris's margin, 356,000. Again, Democrats want to get that somewhere around, need it, somewhere around north of, frankly, 500,000 votes probably. Again, Jacob said, going to be a big vote by mail update in the morning. Get some clarity on that. But Democrats need to boost the number there. We are waiting as well in Chester County on the vote by mail. They do it at the very end there. Oh, yep. Nope. Yep. So again, in Pennsylvania here, about 220,000 just to reset. We were just looking at where else could votes be coming in significant numbers. Center County here, we still have some to come. This is where State College is. Now, Trump leading here right now. I believe vote by mail still to come here. This was a Democratic county for Joe Biden in 2020, so an opportunity for Democrats to add a little bit. Penn State University right there. So there are some pockets that, though, frankly, this should be a Republican county in a big way by the end of the night. We still have a ton of votes to come. We knew it was going to take a long time here. The vote by mail, it looks like, has been processed, so there are pockets here where Trump can gain, too. But again, Philadelphia, by far the biggest thing outstanding. Democrats just trying to squeeze everything they can out of those collar counties, but with 93% in, making up a deficit of 220,000, getting to be a very tall order for Democrats. I wanted to update Wisconsin as well as we approach 90% in. The Trump margin there, about 4 points, as you can see right now, 116,000 votes. We have been following this story of Dane County, and it's been a bit of a mystery for some of the night exactly how much vote was left. We actually believe, now take a look at this, we said at the start of the night, the margin for Democrats in 2020 for Joe Biden was about 182,000 votes. So Harris has now actually gotten basically to the Biden level in 2020, and we believe there is a little bit more to come still in Dane County. So it appears actually that question we posed at the beginning of the night here, could Democrats squeeze more out of Dane County than they've been getting? Every election this century they have, it looks like they may be able to do that. We'll see. Make sure there are a few left there. Obviously, if they do, we expect them to break decisively for Kamala Harris. And one other thing I did want to point out and just make sure we kind of get on the record, as we look at the map of the country here, and you see in gray the states that aren't called, you take a look on the East Coast here, and this one stands out. New Jersey, which in 2020 was a state that Joe Biden won by 16 points. Now, nearly 90% of the vote is in here, and Harris does have a pretty healthy lead over Donald Trump. But a couple things we can note here. I wanted to call your attention to this. This is Passaic County. The city of Paterson, New Jersey is here. Passaic is here. This is a plurality Hispanic county, working class Hispanic county, 42% Hispanic. Look at this. With just about all the vote in, Trump is leading in Passaic County. This was a 17-point Joe Biden victory in 2020. Trump has turned that around in leads here. And again, this is just, as I look at this map, county by county across the country tonight, even outside of the swing states that we're concentrating on, I am seeing this over and over again. Counties with substantial Hispanic populations, that's where Trump is making his most dramatic gains. I think we had just mentioned New Mexico a minute ago. The Trump campaign said they were targeting this. It's a 5-point win for Kamala Harris. But just take a look at the story of this. This is down from about 10 points for Joe Biden in 2020. I want to show you just 2 counties here to give you an idea, because this is a microcosm of what I've been seeing around the country tonight. Bernalillo County, this is where Albuquerque is. This is the big sort of metro, suburban, high concentration of college degrees county we've been talking about. And Harris almost gets to the Biden level here. There isn't much of a drop-off for Harris here. And this is where Albuquerque is, just giant vote-producing county. Now let's get to a county that's almost 70% Hispanic. Down where Las Cruces is. And you see, again, this is going to be a Harris County tonight. But look at the change. This was almost a 19-point victory for Joe Biden, cut down by 10 points here. Core Democratic county in New Mexico. The counties in New Mexico with the highest Hispanic populations are where Donald Trump has made his gains. The reason he got this down to 5 points are the counties with Hispanic population there. So you're seeing that, outside of the core battleground. And as I said, I've been showing you in Pennsylvania all night. One of the stories of how Donald Trump has gotten this lead tonight has been all of these small and mid-sized cities, counties that have these small and mid-sized cities in them with significant Hispanic populations. That's where Trump's made gains. Yes, we are. He's 94%. Trump's lead here at 190,000 votes. That works out to about a 3 percentage point lead. It is a very significant hill for Kamala Harris to climb here. Just in terms of what's left, the picture is really kind of condensing and clarifying. Obviously, the biggest outstanding source of votes is right here in Philadelphia, the city of Philadelphia. You see with 83% there, it's a lead there of about 58 points for Harris. I'm just glancing over to get the number. We expect there are still 137,000 or so votes to come out of Philadelphia. Remember, a chunk of them are going to be that vote by mail that's going to come out sometime tomorrow morning. The wild card in Philadelphia, and what's I think has kept folks at bay a little bit here, is provisional ballots. There's a big number of provisional ballots, and these are expected to break decisively to the Democrats. How many? Well, in 2020, the COVID year, things were all... It may have been a one-off, but there were, again, I'll show you 190,000 votes there. So you got what's left in Philadelphia. You got the provisional ballots in Philadelphia. That's what the Democrats are kind of hanging their hopes on, because the rest of these counties here, you know, we're just waiting on a little bit from Chester County. Democrats will gain some here, but at a 54-44 clip, anything like that, it's not going to be a huge gain. Same in Montgomery County. There's some left here Democratic, but again, if it's about a 60-40 split of what's to come, that won't net out to a ton. And then there are places to come with significant vote where, you know, look, Trump is running ahead in Bucks County now by 2.5 points. Votes to come there may net out a bit in his benefit. You could look here. This is just the mail-in ballot in an overwhelmingly Republican county. You know, you're talking tens of thousands of votes still to come here in a place Trump won by almost 40 points. So he's going to make up. He's going to make up ground there. He's going to make up ground still in a place like Schuylkill County, you know, core Republican county. He's winning it by 52 points. There's still votes to come. There are still pockets of votes as well in these deeply red Trump counties. They add up as well. So again, Democrats stand to make some gains in these places, maybe some very substantial gains out of Philadelphia. The provisional vote, we are trying to figure out how much there is. That looms as a wild card here. But again, looking at a mountain of 191,000 votes you got to make up with this little left in Pennsylvania, you know, that's looking like a close to a Mount Everest there for Harris. But let's get a sense of that provisional. Yes, let's call it up right there. And again, this is basically the same situation here. It's 49-4-48. So there is a bit of separation there where Dave McCormick, the Republican Senate candidate, is running a bit below Trump's number. Bob Casey, the Democrat, you can see is running a bit above Harris's number. Again, I'll just show you the sort of the eye test here, 49-4-48. And we'll show you again the presidential race, 50.9-48 flat. Why that is significant is because while this is a very, as we say, a very big margin for Democrats to try to overcome, and we'll see what happens as we learn more about the provisionals, but while 191,000 is that steep, when you look back at the Senate race, 88,000 with what's remaining in terms of the votes in Philadelphia, in terms of the vote by mail in Philadelphia, in terms of potentially the provisional ballots. That is closer. That's decidedly more doable. Just given the numbers that are left for the Democrats, for Bob Casey to potentially make that up. So there is a bit of separation here. We were wondering about this in a lot of these key Senate races. How much would the sort of the partisan split just roll down to the Senate race? You could see to a great degree it's done that in Pennsylvania, but is this one separated enough for the Democrats where what's left could boost Bob Casey? There's suspense there definitely right now. Yeah, let's take a look in Wisconsin because we have more complete results in Wisconsin. Michigan still remains a bit of a mishmash there in terms of these counties we're looking at, but close to 90% of the vote is in here. And again, Hovde, the Republican, with about a 2.5-point advantage. That's about 70,000 votes over Tammy Baldwin, the Democratic incumbent. Again, the question here is how much these are going to sync up with the presidential race. So again, keep your eye on that now. Watch it flip from 50.1 for Hovde to 51.3 for Trump. So again, given how tight Wisconsin may come here, it's a 125,000 vote advantage for Donald Trump. And then you take a look at the Senate race, and it's just a little bit more than half that. So again, Baldwin behind, but running substantially closer to Hovde than in the presidential race we're seeing with Trump and Harris here. So again, if this thing becomes tight enough, if you're in a situation ever where Trump ekes out a victory in the presidential and Hovde's running a point or so behind him, there's the potential there for a split as well. Remember, in Wisconsin in 2020, it was a difference of 20,000 votes that separated Trump and Biden. It was about 20,000 votes in 2016 as well. In 2016, there was a Senate race. The outcomes did sync up that time with Trump and Ron Johnson both winning. But there is separation there. And again, these basic dynamics, I wanted to take a look here. I did want to see Baldwin has gone to 183,000, and I wanted to measure this against. Yeah, okay, they're equal. This is significant because we've talked about it all night, and now officially Harris has expanded the Democratic margin in Dane County. It was about 182,000 last time, so this is yet again this century. Democrats are getting more out of Dane County. That's rolling right over, as you would expect, to the Senate race as well. Yes. So Michigan, though, 70% of the vote is in here. And again, 52.2, 46. Let's call up the Senate results. 50.7, 46.4. So I think you can see where this one is going. It's a similar story here. It's close to being synced up, but Mike Rogers, the Republican Senate candidate, running a bit behind Trump. What's confusing about Michigan right now is there's still a lot of counties here, big important counties where we just do not have clarity. A lot of this is done in Michigan. It's a very decentralized process. It's done at the municipal level. So it's just, we get very, I'll give you an example here. Macomb County, we've got half the vote. At Kerry Lake, who lost the gubernatorial race there 2 years ago, and have an extremely controversial figure in Arizona, didn't concede that 2022 gubernatorial loss. So we suspected there might be the most separation there. You're certainly seeing it there.
Okay,
and also
we're
let's
back.
move up Nevada.
Ooh.
But yeah, we see in all those races to some degree separation where the Democratic Senate candidate is running better than Kamala Harris, most dramatically in Arizona and in Nevada, but in those other states too.
So, I actually fell asleep. That's why I was away for so long, because I was so tired. That's what happened. I fell asleep. Like I took a nap like for like what, an hour or maybe a little bit over that.
Let's call it up here. Part of the problem in New Hampshire, again, you see all the gray on here. Also, you see all these puzzle
What I
pieces.
missed.
Unlike other states, New Hampshire doesn't
Pennsylvania,
report out by county, they report out by
94%
municipality. So you've got some cities in
reporting.
here, and you've also got a lot
And
of just
she's
small
behind by,
towns,
like,
villages, hamlets,
what?
kind of, where you're just
Nearly
still
200K.
waiting on numbers. And that last
I don't know.
15%
You
or so
might
in
have to
New
call
Hampshire
it.
can take a long time. Not come in election night, not come in
Still
those
behind
overnight
Michigan and
hours. So
Wisconsin.
there's still a lot to come, but we can show you some of the places we're looking at. You know, statewide, that's almost a 5-point lead for Kamala Harris. It's down a little bit from, I'll just show you, that's down a little bit from where this state landed in 2020 when Biden won it by just over 7 points. But you know, some of the places we were looking coming into tonight, this would be a good example.
Yeah, I fell asleep. I took a nap because I was so tired today. I got out of work. But
that Trump lost ground in I'll show you, lost ground
well, that's okay, because I mean, there wasn't really anything that was happening. We needed more votes to counting, so.
You see, he has got it back up to that 2016 level in Pelham. There's a number of towns. Here's a big one we're waiting on. This is the kind of thing. Salem, again, right over the Massachusetts line. Again, it's a place where Trump won it by 20 points. This is big by New Hampshire standards, by the way.
And it is cold. It's getting really cold. So
Trump needs to get that back over 20 points. So you're looking still there.
I'm gonna get more sleep tonight.
Big ones here. Derry, New Hampshire. Okay, we got complete in Derry. A bit of a blue
Hopefully I can get more sleep.
Town here. Pretty big-sized blue-collar town. And again, Trump by 14 points in 2016, cut in half in 2020. He's gotten back. Not quite, though, to the 2016 level. I think to really have a shot
what
in New
happened,
Hampshire,
though? Why
Trump would
is
have to
he...
be exceeding the 2016
I don't know what
He nearly
happened.
won New Hampshire in 2016.
I mean,
it was
if
just
it's
3,000 votes. But in a
90,
place like Derry, you know, he wants to be going
it was
over
94
the 2016 number.
reporting.
Take a look at Londonderry. Very similar here.
I mean,
Big,
you might as well just call it this point.
eked it out in 2020 after winning this thing by 10 points in 2016.
No, that's
Again, he's
still
improved
great.
on 2020. The Trump campaign would look at Londonderry and say they want to have more improvement than that. So Trump seems to be taking a step forward. There are some, pretty significantly sized outstanding places on this map still, but he needs to take bigger steps forward. That's why you see it's a 5-point lead here for Harris, about 30,000 votes, 29,471. But with so much to come and such a slow reporting, decentralized state, you're not getting a call there. This was one, though. Obviously, J.D. Vance was sent here on Sunday for the Trump campaign when they talked about potentially expanding the battleground. It was this, it was Virginia, it was New Mexico. It's an improvement, it looks like, for Trump. But you're not looking at these numbers and saying these are numbers that are going to give Trump a victory in New Hampshire. Yeah, okay, now this is shades of 2016. Let's go out to Minnesota now. 3/4 of the vote is in.
Oh,
Uncalled,
Minnesota.
Of course, Tim Walz, the governor of Minnesota.
What happened, though?
The Democratic vice presidential
it might-
candidate, and yet, compare what we're looking at right now
I
in
really hate
Minnesota
to be the one, but I mean, you might as well
4
call
years
it
ago.
this
7
point.
points.
Like, what else? What else is she gonna pull if this is 94 reporting?
She has there, but again, this
She
is
needs to close the gap by,
Democrats in the vice
like, what,
presidential
over
candidate's
200K?
home state. Oh, and I wanted to extend it out.
Is there
further
enough for
because,
that?
Remember, in 2016,
Wisconsin,
this was one of the
she's
states that Trump almost got.
literally,
You
like,
remember, Pennsylvania, he
nearly,
flipped, Michigan, he
like,
flipped,
500,000
Wisconsin, he flipped. On the
behind
strength
in Wisconsin,
of blue-collar
88%
white
reporting.
voters.
You
Minnesota
might
is
as well
a
give
state
that
that
to
also
Trump.
has a ton
Just call it over
of
there.
blue-collar white voters, a lot of them small cities, rural areas. And again, this number
Michigan,
tonight is
67
not looking as much
reporting.
like 2020 as it is 2016. Again, what saves Democrats, even in a close call like this,
Nevada
in
is
Minnesota, what
going
saves
red?
Democrats is the
What
immediate
happened?
Twin Cities area here. You talk about like Hennepin County.
I was
This is-
so
it's the-
sure
it's the
Nevada was
big
gonna go blue. Like,
population
what?
dense, suburbs, cities where, again, high concentrations of college degrees. And again, right on the number. Harris is right on the
What?
number. She's
I
not
have no
dropping
idea
off
what's
at all
going
in
on.
Hennepin County.
I mean,
So look,
it's
even if Trump is
it's
making gains, he's winning back some of the
78%
votes
reporting.
that he surrendered in 2020 in blue-collar areas, Democrats count on this
At this
area.
point, you
Take a
might
look
as
at
well
where St.
just
Paul
call
is.
it. You know,
Again, right
Trump's
on the
gonna
number
win.
there for Harris. So
the way things are
typically
going.
for Democrats, if they can hit those big margins in the Twin Cities, they can withstand defections or losses in the more blue-collar areas. And it looks like Trump has made gains in the blue-collar areas, but so far, the reason why he's still trailing with this much vote in is the Twin Cities are doing what Democrats depend on them to do.
It is game over, I think. Oh, what happened to this side? %. got more. Be expected. There you go. Oh, I'm still trying to completely, open my stay awake. I mean, I got a bit of rest, so I'm I'm a lot more, I guess, mentally awake than I was before. I mean, she's gonna have to pull off a miracle for, like, in order to win this. And I don't even know, like, what she needed Pennsylvania. But Nevada going red? Of all the states, how did that happen? Let's do the swing states. Nah, it's game over. Like, if she can't take any of the swing state that were expected to go blue, she didn't take Wisconsin, Michigan still red, and I mean, I don't know how she's gonna take. Is it still possible for her to, like, win over Pennsylvania? 94% reporting. I don't know how she's gonna pull off. At this point, she's gonna win. I don't know how she's gonna pull off.
Have to say, back over to Rick at the big board here, because it's all, obviously this hinges on Pennsylvania here being called. I know we're being extremely careful.
Is this live in, like, Trump headquarters or something?
Maybe that other map that you have that shows sort of the dots where there's any blue or any red left on the map?
Yeah, 188,000 votes are separating the two candidates, and really the only place you're going to find any significant vote at this hour is
crazy. I fell asleep in stream though.
Suburbs. But we've seen these numbers shrink as the night has gone on, and that's what the difficulty is right now. We're looking right now, we think we've got about 3/4 of the mail vote, 86% of the election day vote. So even if this number's right, and that's probably a little bit high right now in terms of the estimated remaining, that's not really nearly enough to begin to make up that gap. And if you look even in the other populous counties here, 44,000 estimated votes in a 55-45 Trump county. If you assume they go the same way, 60-40 county with about 65,000. I mean, look, you could add this up and slice and dice. You've got to really you'd have to have a perfect inside straight at this point for the Harris campaign to catch up to a margin that big.
You could easily see some narrowing, but not narrowing by.
Correct. It almost certainly will narrow, and that's what the Harris team is pointing to. But it's very hard to see how any of these numbers are going to break in a way that overcomes a deficit like that. So our team's being cautious about it because the stakes are so high, and that's the prudent thing to do. Everyone's vote should count. And of course, that doesn't account for Michigan, where there's a lot more votes still outstanding, but a larger margin of more than 250,000, and Wisconsin, where there's 120,000 that's separating the candidates.
the Trump team, there'd be a number of things to look back at both of these campaigns. One of the things, though, did they flip the script on early voting, getting the early vote up, and then sending people out on election day as well, and forcing the Democrats really to try, and we heard it from Donna Brazil, you have to really overperform in the urban areas. You have to overperform in Detroit, in Philadelphia, in the collar counties. You have to overperform in Madison, in all these battleground states, in the key urban areas. It really put the Democrats on defense come election day to try to catch up with the Republican turnout for a change. And I know that was Donald Trump driven, because 4 years ago he said don't vote early, and might have hurt himself back then by
Wait a
doing
minute.
that.
What
But
happened?
really, this election,
So in
it seems,
2020,
by really encouraging the early vote and then continuing to push to get people out to the polls, that was clearly a strategy that worked much better for Donald Trump this go around.
Yeah, 4 years ago, it's been called political malpractice, what he did to downplay and actively urge his supporters not to vote early, especially during COVID, when it was made easier to vote in
Nevada has been going blue for the past two elections, so I was expecting to go, things to be the same this time around, but no. Somehow, Trump has flipped that to his side.
A 10-point gap to make up on election day.
78%.
A 2-point gap. So early voting was no doubt a major part of this strategy. And yes, Donald Trump reluctantly and sometimes contradicting himself inside the same sentence embraced early voting in a way that Republicans took advantage of. And we were told by the Democrats, look, don't worry about it. We've got our own ground game. We're gonna overcome that. That does not appear to be the case tonight.
Arizona 51%. It could still tip one way or the other.
First of all, this time Donald Trump embraced early voting, right? And the fact that the Democrats were then on defense come election day to try to run up the total, to run up the score in these urban areas. Have the Democrats, one of the things in the postmortem, I think, for both of these campaigns, but certainly for the Democrats, will be you can't just count on the urban areas. You've got to connect with rural America, with working class America. You can't win these races. You showed the evolution of the electoral map over the last several presidential cycles. Moving forward, the Democratic Party is going to have to figure that out somehow, are they not?
This is a moment of truth for Democrats. 10 years ago, what was it, a little bit longer, that Democrats thought demography is destiny and they are the natural party of government because America is becoming more diverse. There'll be a lower share of white voters. And it turns out that's completely wrong.
We have eyes on Howard University right now. We can tell you that Vice President Harris is not expected to speak tonight, but we are seeing quite a crowd there, and we are expecting, we're within the 2-minute warning from a statement that we're expecting from the Harris campaign co-chair Cedric Richmond. Cedric Richmond expected to address this crowd at Howard momentarily.
Are all these people like still out, this late at night?
Again, we don't expect to be hearing from Vice President Harris.
Like 30 minutes ago.
But I think actually if we can go to this live so we can hear the Natsat here, so we can hear Cedric Richmond and what he's going to say to the crowd and also how the crowd receives him. This is live from Howard University in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, things aren't looking her way. She's gonna have to pull a miracle for this. But even then, I don't know how she's gonna do that. Do you want to put? Who would have Nevada turning red was not, of all the things I predicted could have been unexpected, Nevada turning red was not one of them. I don't know what happened here. Holy crap. What the hell happened? Insane.
Good evening, Howard. Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
A short and to-the-point statement from Cedric Richmond, the Harris campaign co-chair, speaking to what is still a considerable crowd at Howard University in Washington, D.C. You now see them turn as one to start to leave the grounds. They're letting the crowd assembled there for the Harris campaign and for in support of Vice President Harris, letting everybody know that she's not going to be speaking on any subject over the course of this evening. Cedric Richmond saying we still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. You will not hear from her tonight, but he did say that you will hear from her tomorrow. I think indicating that she may be speaking from Howard tomorrow, both addressing HU, Howard University, but also addressing the nation, in his words.
I just wanted to sort of re-emphasize a point that Lawrence made before that speech about where we stand tonight. We're looking at a map that appears to show somewhere in a national 3 or 4 point swing from 2020 towards the Republican Party. We have called the Senate for the Republican Party. That they were always favored to take the Senate, given the map, so it's not hugely surprising. There is a weird wrinkle here, which is the House of Representatives. Now, in 2016, of course, when Donald Trump won that race, despite losing the national popular vote, he won the White House, the Senate, and the House majority at a trifecta.
The House
when
and
Joe Biden won in 2020, he had the Senate and the House a trifecta, thanks to those 2 Georgia runoffs. It is a genuine possibility that should Donald Trump win the presidency, which is not yet called, the Senate is called for Republicans, the Democrats take back the House from Republicans. This is not like crazy talk. This is not like some, it's 1 in the morning and I'm punchy. Like, mathematically, based on what we know so far, based on the flips we have, that is genuinely an outstanding possibility. That could be crazy talk. This is not. Biden won in 2020. He had the Senate and the House a trifecta, thanks to those 2 Georgia runoffs. It is a genuine possibility that should Donald Trump win the presidency, which is not yet called, the Senate is called for Republicans. The Democrats take back the House from Republicans. This is not like crazy talk. This is not like some, it's 1 in the morning and I'm punchy. Like, mathematically, based on what we know so far, based on the flips we have, that is genuinely an outstanding possibility. That could be massively consequential in ways that I cannot overemphasize.
And we're going to have to, as we start to see House races get called, and as we watch for additional flips and ads, we're going to have to talk about those consequences over the course of this night. You're not going to get away with it, with leaving without talking about those consequences. But before we leave Howard University, I want to go actually to MSNBC's Michelle Norris, who's at Howard University for us, who just saw those remarks from Cedric Richmond. We saw the reaction from the crowd from that aerial or that high-mounted shot in terms of people turning and leaving. Cedric Richmond, Michelle, making clear that the vice president will not be speaking tonight. Nobody should be waiting to hear anything from her. But it does sound like, was I right in understanding what Cedric Richmond was saying, that she will be back at Howard tomorrow to make remarks both to Howard and to the nation?
Yes, you heard that right.
Just drinking some
you
water.
can probably see behind me the rush to the exits. I mean, as soon as he said that, people turned on their heels and they were out of here. The evening was getting increasingly somber as people realized what this map is looking like. He did indicate that she would be back tomorrow to speak to people here and to speak to the nation. That, of course, is a logistical nightmare on several levels because the university was not expecting her to come back tomorrow. I don't know how large the crowd will be. There are a lot of unknowns in that statement. I do know that there was a lot of hand-wringing and consternation in her camp about when she should leave, about when she should start to head here. And her victory party, which was in another part of town, at what point they turned off the
95%.
TV set and just piped up the music because the room was starting to get increasingly somber. So a lot of people here, I'm not, I haven't had a chance to talk to people who expressed disappointment. No, there really is still a lot of people who are holding on to hope, trying hard to hold on to hope. But the numbers, it's hard to do that in the face of a map that really looks like it's presenting a very steep challenge, and a country that at this point is still very divided.
And to be clear, Michelle, NBC News has called 2 of the 7 swing states. They have called Georgia and North Carolina for Donald Trump. They've also called Senate control for the Republican Party. 5 swing states remain to be called.
Oh, my
but as you
bad.
say, the internal math, which we have been following with Steve Kornacki, the wins in Georgia and North Carolina have created the mood that you're describing. The last thing that we have reportable from the Harris campaign, the top of the Harris campaign manager, Jen O'Malley Dillon, said, we always knew it was going to be down to the blue wall, and the blue wall is still uncalled at this point. But it sounds like the Harris campaign is sort of keeping things tight in terms of whether or not they're going to string people along into thinking this is going to happen.
And in that note that Jen O'Malley Dillon sent out earlier, there was an indication there, if you noted, that came out, a little more than
Why
an
are
hour
people
ago.
celebrating
people at that
Trump
point,
winning
"Get some
Pennsylvania?
sleep. We'll
I mean,
continue to
it's.
count these votes,
I
and
get
we'll be
it.
back at this in the morning."
Yes, that's right. Michelle Norris,
It's pretty close.
we, I
I mean,
imagine,
he's
are
ahead
not freeing
still,
you to go sleep
despite,
anytime soon. I imagine we may
the
be back
reporting
with you
being
yet.
newly
But thank you for
completed,
being there
still,
for us.
it's
much
not official
appreciated.
yet.
Seeing Cedric Richmond come out and make those remarks,
NBC.
Howard, you can see how it could be different, right? You can see how they could expect that to be the candidate. I think they planned for everything
Wait,
in
is it
terms of,
official?
it's close, or Harris is ahead, but Trump declares victory. I mean, all these
NBC.
things that everybody gamed out. Now, while we're just waiting for the blue wall states to come in and watching the math, sending people home is also like asking people to conserve their emotional energy, I think.
And it's not possible. I mean, I think there's no other way to describe how people are feeling leaving that venue and people on the campaign than deflated in this moment. Yes, all of the other states have not been called. But what they went to that venue tonight hoping to see and witness was a historic election of Kamala Harris to the presidency, was the end of the Trump era as they knew it. And so we don't know the outcome yet,
They
but that is
called,
not what they are receiving, and they're
Pennsylvania.
being told to go home and wait till tomorrow.
So NBC is officially given Pennsylvania to Trump. Wow. I mean, can't blame them because there's really not much. Like, what is she gonna do at this point? It's 95%. I don't know if there's even enough for her to
Welcome to MSNBC's
even
special
put
Election
it,
Day coverage.
even quite it
Today
high.
marking the end
Like he's
of a
ahead of her
presidential campaign season like
this
none
far in the
other
race
in
is
American history. And this
might
poll
as well
close
call it.
in just a few hours.
It's not over, but it's becoming very unlikely that he's going to win.
First, we will await the verdict from the American people, from the voters themselves. More than 81 million people have already voted. That is more than
It's up in every other state that we have on the board tonight.
So we're waiting to hear from the former president here. Obviously, we've just projected, ABC News projecting Pennsylvania, the biggest prize of the night among those key 7 battleground states, goes to Donald Trump. Really not a path here on the board for Kamala Harris at this point. It's just the final chips for Donald Trump. I'm so curious, though, will we wait for the former president and we wait for the final math to come in? States like New Hampshire we haven't called yet. Minnesota, where Governor Walz is from. Can you just click on those and bring us up to speed on where they stand?
Sure. I mean, look, it's with 80% of the vote in, Harris is up 86,000 votes. It's going to be a lot tighter than it's been in the past. New Hampshire looks like it probably lands in the same place at the end of it. But look, we've talked about this shift everywhere. That's the popular vote. 5.2 million votes more than Kamala Harris. He's in a very strong position to break 50% for the first time. He did not get he didn't really get that close. And our polling didn't show him really north of 47, 48%. Either the times he ran before, he served without getting a majority. Tonight, he could get it.
And just a little perspective here. Hillary Clinton won the popular vote by almost 3 million. Joe Biden won it by 8 or 9 million or so.
Yeah, we can go right in the historicals. You can see exactly where the numbers were. It was a 7 million vote edge.
People are
47% of the vote.
freaking out apparently
He only had 46% of the vote.
on Twitter
Lost by about almost 3 million
because
votes.
Trump is he is ahead in the race, so some are already calling the shots.
Fallen in Trump's direction in
Fuck
a very
you!
considerable
Fuck
way.
you!
Red states,
Fuck
blue states,
you!
and everything
I'm
in between.
done! So you're looking at popular vote, obviously, and electoral college.
Yo, do you hold on? Let me see. Oh my God, Jesus Christ! I'm at to turn the freaking stream off or something.
Does not appear likely to be. There's still a lot of vote out west in particular. A lot of it in California. Those margins, I'm sure, will tighten.
Listen,
But right
this
now,
is people reaction right now.
Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! I'm done!
I mean,
I'm
absolutely.
fucking done with your
and
bullshit.
let's not forget,
I'm done. I'm
Republicans
fucking done.
have had a
Fuck
hell of
you.
a time
Fuck
winning
you.
popular
Fuck
vote.
you.
George
Fuck you.
W. Bush won the presidency in 2000, but lost the popular vote. He did win the popular vote
2004,
in 2004.
Crazy.
Donald Trump wins the presidency and loses the popular vote in 2016. This is a and by the way, all indications, we don't know what overall turnout's going to be, but this is going to be a high turnout election. This is going to be a very high turnout election. It may even approach the kind of turnout that we had in 2020, which was the highest percentage of eligible voters voting since 1900 in America. So Trump is going to claim a mandate, and he's going to have reason.
No question, and people will look back at the different avenues, the different routes to reach the voter that Donald Trump used this time around. You
Wait
know,
a minute.
In a 3-hour conversation
What?
with Joe
Hold
Rogan
on.
very late in the campaign.
Who's calling?
A huge audience, and a lot of people said that he was reaching out to voters and men and
Okay,
young
this
men
is
in
fake.
particular in ways that campaigns hadn't used before.
Someone had a
Kamala Harris went on Howard
277
Stern,
for Trump.
Charlemagne the God. So she did try the podcast route too in these very popular programs and Sirius XM. But to go on Joe Rogan, for example, and then to have Joe Rogan endorse him in the 11th hour, those are in 2024. Those are powerful things to do apparently, and they work for a campaign.
And it was an effort to get people to vote who didn't normally vote. In some cases, never voted. And I think, and I'm sure Lindsay's got the exit polls on this, but we see Trump doing better than Harris, significantly better among those who are first-time voters.
And for all of those efforts to outreach, the Harris campaign thought all of that was just playing to his base, that it was doing nothing to expand his reach.
Did the assassination attempt, did they actually help Trump or what?
Just talk us through what you're seeing.
People actually believe
With the first-time voters, that's 80%
those whole incidents were like legit or what?
went for Donald Trump.
Because I keep hearing people, like I keep seeing people use that as an instrument to support him.
Is America, of course, is a more diverse country, but the electorate tonight is less diverse. And so, for example, if you look at 1992, 82% of the electorate was white. Okay, fast forward to 2020, we saw this big decrease. 67% of the electorate was white. Fast forward to tonight, it went up by 4 points. So you have 71% of the electorate was white, and that broke by and large for Donald Trump in his favor by 12 percentage points, those white voters who showed up. Now, the biggest significance that we've seen as far as any racial group, Latinos, the highest shift
really did peel off
of
Latinos.
any.
Is this AI or no?
13% up over Hispanics from 2020 for him. 18% increase over Hispanic males from 2020. And so quite a big difference for him. He went after and targeted those Latino voters, and it worked for him big time.
Huge achievement. That was a main goal of this campaign, was to try to peel away Latino support. Mark, is Maria Elena still with us? Do you know, is she listening in on the conversation? Maria Elena, when you hear those numbers that Donald Trump was extraordinarily successful tonight, peeling away some of the Latino support that Joe Biden had 4 years ago, and Lindsay Davis describing the electorate as more white than it was 4 years ago, and comparatively to previous presidential elections. What do you make of that and the success in his campaign, his outreach to reach Latino voters? And as you have said many times on our air, you know, Latino voters in one part of the country are not the same in every other part of the country. It's very nuanced, but he did have significant success tonight.
That's true, David, and yeah, I am a little bit surprised. You know, Latino voters still support Vice President Harris and Democrats in general at higher numbers than Donald Trump. And Florida up to now has been the outlier, the only state in the country where the majority of Latino voters supported former President Trump, but we'll have to see if that changes tonight. You know, Republicans don't really need a majority of Latino voters to win. They just need to cut into Democrats' lead. It looks like from the numbers that Lindsay's giving that might have happened today. You know, the Republican presidential candidate that has gotten the highest percentage of the Latino vote was George W. Bush in 2004 with just about, you know, above 40%. But, you know, Martha was right that this time around the economy is a top issue for Latinos, and that's what they're voting for, putting a roof over their heads and feeding their children, and they trust Trump on the economy. And as far as immigration is concerned, you know, it used to be that an issue that drew Latinos to Democrats with the promise of an immigration reform that never materialized. The views have now shifted, and they prefer a more hardline approach at the border, especially in states like Arizona. They don't want to be associated with the chaos at the border and those that Trump calls criminals. You know, just a few weeks ago, David, there was a New York Times poll that showed that 2/3 of Latino voters felt that when Trump was disparaging immigrants, calling them criminals, saying that they poisoned the blood of our country, he was not talking about them. He was talking about other immigrants. So, you know, it is surprising.
Is this Trump headquarters or something?
Surprising that a sizable number of Latinos said that they support mass deportations, maybe without realizing that it would not only hurt the economy, but it's going to lead to a separation of families.
Maria Elena Salinas, thank you. Your context is always so helpful. We're waiting to hear the former president here. Eric Trump, his son, has just sent out on social media this image of the former president, presumably holding the speech that he will give tonight. We had reported earlier that he hadn't prepared a speech for this evening, but if the time came and he needed one, he said he would put one together quickly. Eager to hear that here tonight with the rest of you. And John Santucci's reporting the entire Trump family is there at the convention center, his children, including Ivanka and Barron, and his wife, former First Lady Melania Trump, also there. We saw her voting with the former president.
Joe Biden mentioned the word unity more in his inaugural. Yeah, David, it's remarkable, actually, because this is the first time that since the Republican National Convention that the entire Trump family has been under the same roof. And think about, David, you know, the Trump 1.0 White House, if you will. You know, we know that Ivanka and Jared were right there by Donald Trump's side. Jared Kushner's office right off from the Oval Office, Ivanka Trump right above the Oval Office. The Kushners have said that they are not going back to Washington. They have not been involved in this campaign. So should Donald Trump be declared the winner, do not expect Jared and Ivanka to go to the White House. It does beg the question, David, and I've asked many sources over the last couple of weeks, would any member of the Trump family go? And as we've been reporting, David, one of the members that has been very active in this campaign is Donald Trump Jr. I spoke to him earlier tonight. He said that his family feels incredibly vindicated by the results so far. And one of the things he said to me is that he felt that so far he had an impact on this race. And as we know, David, we reported on the air with you, it was Don Jr. that really was the driving force behind J.D. Vance being on the ticket with his father. Tonight, Don Jr. telling me my guy is going with my father potentially to the White House, David. We'll see if any member of the family joins
Any word, John, on who worked with the former president on his remarks for tonight and what the tone will be here?
You know, it's evolved, David, and I say that because as results were pouring in, sources were telling me, you know, he's going to go right up to the line from declaring victory. I can now agree with my colleague John Carl, hearing the same thing. It does indeed feel like Donald Trump's going to come out here and declare victory, though we, of course, have not projected the race. I do think, David, the question of tone is going to be quite interesting. And I say that because think about 2016, pretty much at this hour of the night when Donald Trump came with his family into the Hilton Hotel, just steps away from Trump Tower. It sounded like a speech of unity.
I don't think we're going to hear too much of that tonight. Maybe some tenors, but look at where Donald Trump has been. Look at the words that his son tells me, as I just reported a few moments ago, vindicated. I do think you're going to feel a little bit of those tones that we've been reporting over the last couple of days. Some of the darkness, some of the things that he's been talking about, feeling and seeing around the country, talking about the southern border. I'm actually curious, David, in addition to the tone, how much of the first steps of an agenda do we hear from Donald Trump tonight? Those first actions he would take come January. David?
John, stick with us here. I got a question for you. I saw some faces in the crowd there. Former Governor Doug Burgum, Governor Kristi Noem, Vivek Ramaswamy. Two of the three actually ran in the Republican primary, though they never debated Donald Trump because he didn't show up, and that turned out to be a strategically smart move for him, not to put himself up there with them. But those three names, Doug Burgum, Vivek Ramaswamy, Kristi Noem, are they all potential players in a future Trump cabinet?
Everything is potential right now, David. Listen, we are not at the point of any short list. We are in the long list phase. We are in the multiple list phases. Different people have been submitting lists at this point. So I think anybody right now is possible for sure. I mean, there are already aides that I've spoken to talking about who would be the next press secretary. Some people talking about what positions they want. So it felt like over the last couple of weeks, David, if I'm being honest from talking to sources, some of them were in a place of measuring the drapes, figuring out what role they wanted in a future administration. So I do think for the group of governors and senators and members of Congress, I know Elise Stefanik is around here somewhere as well, another loyal supporter of Donald Trump, highest woman-ranking Republican in the House. They are definitely all on a potential list. But David, let's be clear. These are lists that have been built by folks without talking to Donald Trump. So whatever the lists are and have been, that's going to be a very different story come tomorrow morning, David.
Senator Marco Rubio talking to Newt Gingrich there, two other names, and certainly Senator Marco Rubio would be a real contender to be some sort of position in a potential Trump administration, which looks obviously very likely at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, Marco Rubio clearly positioning for a cabinet secretary job. Senator Tom Cotton, another one. They'd probably both imagine themselves as secretaries of defense. You know what Donald Trump's going to do? It's to a degree we did in 2016 after he won, although this time, as he's told me, he knows people, but he's going to do the apprentice thing. He's going to bring people in, talk to them. I've asked him many times about what his cabinet would look like and what his
Pre-Cosmos, hey, on Twitch, welcome in, buddy. Sorry if I missed your chat. It has been a long night. Now it's pretty tired from work today, so I actually fell asleep on stream. That's why I wasn't. I mean, there wasn't really, to be fair, there wasn't really much to say. We're just waiting for more votes to count at this point. So, but you're asking me whether I'm pro-Trump or pro-Kamala. I would go Kamala Harris, right? Yeah, I'm pro-Kamala Harris, but I mean, based on what we're looking at right now, it seems like Trump is gonna get the win. Because I don't know, like, how she's gonna pull this off.
I mean, he has said already he will get rid of all the woke generals.
I don't see how he's gonna do it.
In some ways, you'll see a loyalty
like,
test
I was expecting Nevada to go blue. Like, of all the things that could have happened, this was not what I anticipated.
Say, oh, this general is woke, I want him out of there. CQ Brown had a very emotional videotape that he released right after the George Floyd murder, talking about diversity, talking about racial injustice in this country. I'll be very curious to see what he does there.
So, Martha, how did the senior officers deal with that? Because when he chose Mark Milley, he thought he was choosing somebody that was going to be loyal to him, and Mark Milley turned out to be the ultimate, you know, in his mind.
Well, yes, and we all know what the turning point for General Milley, Chairman Milley, was, and that was walking across Lafayette Park during George Floyd protests, and Milley peeled off and said this is political, and later apologized for that. So it certainly, at that point for Donald Trump, he was no longer a loyalist, although he managed to stay.
Rachel Scott, from your reporting on the trail, names that you have interacted with that you think have potential shots at being part of a Trump administration.
Yeah, I had my eyes peeled on Doug Burgum.
who was there, former North Dakota governor, and also Vivek Ramaswamy, who was there as well. And you're reminded of just how much this is a party that has coalesced around the former president. We all remember after January 6th, you had Mitch McConnell at the time saying that Donald Trump was morally responsible for what happened that day. He has now endorsed him. If Donald Trump is the projected winner of this race, if he goes to the White House, there is no Senate Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell. He's stepping down. He's going to be retiring from that position as the longest-serving Republican leader in the Senate. There will be a different sort of cast of characters around there. There's some questions about if there's going to be guardrails. But this is a former president that has ran this race his way, David.
President-elect Donald Let's listen. About to take the stage. Thank you, Rachel.
First Lady Melania Trump and the Trump family, accompanied by Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, Second Lady Usha Vance, along with friends and campaign staff. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me.
Who is playing that music?
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea
Oh.
to sea, Detroit down
Ooh, they're calling it. Yeah. It's a rap. If she. Yeah. It's a rap.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country is
never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong.
Damn, I mean, at this point, you might as well. Well, I don't know what could possibly happen. I mean, might as well give it to Trump.
Age of America, that's what we have to have.
Oh.
This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again.
It must be devastating for Harris, though. All of those campaigns, and still not enough. Her losing is one thing. I just don't understand how she's, like, even if it's slightly, but she's underperforming compared to Biden. I don't know what's going on with people, or voters. Voting turnouts. I don't know what happened. Like, why? Because I was expecting, right, at the very least, she would be on the par, if not like exceed Biden when it comes to what was it? When it comes to votes, but no.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been
And they got a House and Senate.
with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important
I don't know what
moments
happened.
of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good.
So he has both the House and the Senate.
In Montana,
Oh boy, that's. It's gonna be interesting to see how this plays out.
the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We're all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we work
Because it's gonna make passing legislation so much easier, right? But at the same time, depending on like what policies they're putting out, yeah, it's gonna be pretty polarizing.
And it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, there's Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great... My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance.
This guy, socially inept.
And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he's a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay, which one, CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fine. He's like the only guy I've ever seen, he really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words here.
Wild. Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate. He's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shot. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie, they're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw all that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And because, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. And it looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it?
What is he rambling on about?
Can the United States do it other than you? No.
I'll be right back.
Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit, in particular, it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink, is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast, it was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character, he's a special guy, he's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer, slightly longer than me. It's a ball, a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your... Nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
Did he just thank Joe Rogan?
No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but, Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen any young and old men and
I'll be right
women,
back. This,
rural and
oh boy, this is a bore fest.
and we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny, and we're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? 901 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Former President Donald Trump speaking to his supporters, thanking his family, his campaign team, and certainly thanking the American voters who have said loud and clear tonight across this country, and in particular among those key battleground states. As you know, we have just called, ABC News projecting a short time ago, Pennsylvania, which is the biggest battleground state of all, vital really to both campaigns going into the night. It does very much look like Donald Trump will be returning to the White House. We are being very careful, waiting for the final results to come in Wisconsin, and in a couple of other key places that will give him the math to get there. Donald Trump taking the stage. He said, we're going to fix our borders. It's the biggest political victory we've ever seen in our country. He spoke of his campaign and returning to the presidency. saying he will return as the 47th president, that it will be the golden age of America. He talked about winning the popular vote, mentioned it a couple of times, said it's a very great feeling, a feeling of love to win the popular vote. He said a star is born, and Elon Musk mentioned some of the others who have helped him win, who have supported him, and perhaps we'll have roles down the road. RFK Jr. He said he'll work on the health of
so I was just checking this
Americans
out.
Across this country.
See statewide, 80% of the vote is in here. Trump with a
Nobody deserves this
advantage,
more than him and his
votes,
family.
is
The
the
head of
plurality. A couple things.
UFC, the
A
CEO
lot
of
still to
UFC,
come in
said when he was brought to the microphone to thank him for his support. Thanks Joe Rogan for his support as well. The UFC CEO, Dan White. A number of people on the stage, and it was a patchwork of supporters from all different parts of
margin here in
society and industry and sports who helped Donald Trump in this campaign. And we talked about this earlier before the speech.
To that Biden level and above, because of what I'm about to show you. What I wanted to show you in Michigan was, we said at the start of the night, one of the key tests for how the state was going to go would be a tale of two counties. The counties are Oakland County, the big, gigantic, enormous, any adjective you can think of, suburban county, high income, high concentration of college degrees, Democratic growth area. So we got Oakland County in right now, and Harris wins this thing by about 10.5 points. How does that compare to 2020? Well, that's down from what Joe Biden was able to do in Oakland County in 2020. He was able to win it by 14. It comes down, by about 3.5 points. Now, we said at the start of the night, the test would be Oakland, the margin Democrats get out of Oakland County, would it vastly exceed the margin Trump gets out of Oakland County? That's what happened in 2020 when Democrats won the state. Or would it basically be canceled out by Macomb County, which is the big blue-collar suburban county right next door to Oakland? That's what happened when Donald Trump won the state in 2016. So keep your eye there. 81,000 votes with Oakland in. That's the margin that Harris gets out of Oakland. Now take a look in big blue-collar suburbia in Macomb County. Still more to come, but look at this.
What's going on with the Senate and House?
By almost 70,000 votes, with more to come. So the possibility exists here, the very distinct possibility exists here, that Donald Trump's margin out of Macomb County, to the extreme likelihood, isn't just going to almost cancel out of Oakland County, it's going to blow it away. Trump's going to get far more out of Macomb, a somewhat smaller county, potentially, than Harris gets out of Oakland County. Now, again, 77%. This is almost an 18-point margin for Trump. Just to put this in some perspective, this was 8 in 2020. This was 11.5 for Trump in 2016. And if you went back one election farther, this was in Obama County. Again, the Midwest, northern tier of battleground states, they are filled with counties like this. Maybe not quite this big, but big blue-collar suburbs. A lot of blue-collar white voters here, but there's a lot of diversity here, too. There's a sizable non-white population as well. These are, and in Macomb, if you really want to zoom out, and you're a political history nerd, you ever heard the term Reagan Democrat? The blue-collar voters who flocked to Ronald Reagan in the 1980s, that term came about because of Macomb County. There was a study of Macomb County, Michigan. They said this is the backbone of Ronald Reagan's working-class coalition that he's put together here. So the talk when Obama came along in 2008 and was reelected in 2012 was the Democrats had finally just broken down the Reagan Democrat areas and brought them back into the fold. Trump comes along, goes up double digits, takes a step back in 2020. And now look at this. We just took a big jump in Macomb County, 84% in. That Trump margin has gone up further. This is just an overwhelm. He's up almost 80,000 votes now in Macomb County. 80,000 for Trump there. And in the economically upscale Oakland County,
If they have both control of the Senate and the House, it will be really interesting to see like how that plays out. Because that would mean they could, pretty much pass any policy or bills very quickly, because usually there's a lot of contention. But if Trump wins and he has control of the Senate and the House, oh yeah, that's, although not every, to be fair, there are a lot of Republicans that don't agree with Trump, so it's not all said and done, but you definitely, there's definitely a chance to roll back a lot of policies
Take a look at Genesee County. This is where
And
Flint
depending on
is. This
again
is very
what
significant as well.
bills present, that are put forth, things could become like things could get very polarizing.
Joe Biden won this by about 9 points in 2016. Clinton won this by 10 points. You go a step further back. Look, Obama had that blue-collar coalition still intact largely in 2012. He won here by almost 30 points. Coming into tonight, the Trump folks were saying they could take another big step forward in a place like Genesee County. Looks like they have 4.5 points, cutting this in half from 2020. They wanted to make gains in places like that. So again, we are waiting on, still a lot of vote to come out of Wayne County. And as we really sort of slice and dice the Wayne County vote, we'll be looking at Dearborn. There's some indications in the returns. Dearborn, large Muslim American population, large Arab American population, indications that Kamala Harris may be significantly underperforming what Democrats want.
Nevada, I still can't believe Nevada went red.
Vote coming in, but you can just see around the state the reason why, with 80% of the vote counted, Donald Trump is more than 313,000 votes ahead. It's not just because we're waiting on Wayne County. It's because some of that significant movement taking you through right there.
No, it's I think it's game over because she needed Pennsylvania. That was Trump ticket to victory. I mean, most sources, NBC, I mean, we had like a lot of reporting medias. They already confirmed Pennsylvania to Trump, so it's 96% reporting. It's all said and done. If some miracle, I don't know, like, so the difference is nearly 200,000. I don't know if there's enough. It's 96% reporting.
Two more states, though, and some surprising numbers given the polling going into this election, and then where we landed as far as the gender gap being, as Gary Langer said, the same gender gap that we've had going back to the mid-90s.
So many gaps, and I'd like to go through them with you, David. First, I'm mindful of our colleague, Charlie Gibson, who 8 years ago on election night said what he found so dismaying were the disparities between so many different groups, whether it was young and old, black and white, male, female, college, non-college. Yesterday, we had the chance to speak with Mark Updegrove, presidential historian, who said
Communist
not
Kamala.
since the Civil War.
Oh my God, these people.
You have to go back almost 160 years. And so look at what we're talking about. What Charlie was saying in 2016, it's only gotten worse. So if you take a look at the male vote, for example, take a look, 54%.
If he wins, it'll be interesting to see, like, again, what kind of policy he rolls out and how things play out. Because now, again, one of the biggest things people keep attributing to Trump, it's the economy, even though it's been well established that Trump inherited a growing economy from Obama administration when they were like passing out, what was it, stimulus from the 2008 recession, economic recession. So when Trump took office, you can't, I don't think people understand like how the economy fluctuates or how policy works. It had not, Trump didn't put out any like economic policy, not in his first like when he first took office. Even if he did, it would take time to reflect on the economy. So that was, the economy was already reaching its peak at the end of Biden terms. I mean, not Biden.
That he did in his first
Obama
presidency, that when there was some successes, that then support then comes from other corners. Martha, your thoughts on the speech and the night?
The speech and the night, when I heard Kamala Harris give her speech on the Mall, and Mary, you, of course, were there, I was driving through Arizona, and when she said, talking about Donald Trump, this is not America, I had just left a Trump voter standing under gazillion Trump flags, at a flag that said Joe Biden is not my president. I thought, actually, this is a big part of America.
Thank you, people are like, thank you, Jesus. What? Oh my.
Joe Biden said the same thing in his inaugural speech. Unity, unity, unity. You know, Donald Trump has said it before. Unity, unity, unity.
How does Trump winning like relates to God? I don't.
On the road in Michigan, and just by happenstance, they were camping out in a lovely little family on the shores of Lake Michigan, and I interviewed the mom, and she was full on stolen election. I'm all in for Donald Trump. Her husband was all in for Kamala Harris. So I said, how do you do this in a marriage? How do you keep that together? And he said, we just never talk about it. So I guess if they can do that and stay married, the country can certainly do that as well. But boy, is it a big bridge to cross for either side, because the split is enormous. The feelings are enormous. I also think when I look at Kamala Harris, I don't think people in the end really knew her. I'm not sure that message really got out. There was such enthusiasm. You know, I actually drove across all the Rust Belt on the way to the DNC. Such enthusiasm for her, but it just stalled. It just stopped. And I do think voters really didn't get a chance to know her.
Reince?
Well, first of all, to Jonathan's comment about how I didn't think that this could happen, I actually had a conversation with the president after 2020, and he was obviously upset about the outcome of the election. And I was talking to him, and I told him, look, I know it would have been better just to win, but if you could write the chapter in your book, there would be nothing more Trumpy than for you to lose, run again and win. You couldn't possibly think of a better ending to this story.
But you wouldn't have written the January 6th thing for the chapter, would you?
No, but look, I think two of the things he said was, number one, he wants to help our country heal. Very important comment. That was the first thing, pretty much first comment out of his mouth. But then the second thing, which I think goes to the America First message, he said, we made history for a reason. And I think from Trump's mind, that reason is to do the things that he's wanted to do, which is what I think the American people bought into. We talked a little bit about urban messaging and rural messaging. I think the story of this outcome is that the messaging of Donald Trump was working in both places. And it was eating away Kamala Harris's usual hold in these urban areas. Unions liked what they were hearing. Confront China, who's ripping off the world. Parents wanted to hear about the issues revolving around fentanyl. Illegal immigrants were going into sanctuary cities like New York, San Francisco, Martha's Vineyard, and they were making impacts all over the country. And so I think that's really the message here. And we're going to wait and see. I think it's going to be an exciting time and a great opportunity for people to make a difference.
Donna Brazil, what do you think the Democratic Party takes from this evening, and are, you know, always postmortems? You've been part of those. You've been part of victories along the way, too. Where does the postmortem begin here?
Well, and just sitting here over the last 3 hours, and I've been in this game now for 40 years. I know I don't look a day past 18, but that's because I like to go out when I leave here. Look.
I'll be right back. 51, all right.
47, Joe Biden,
I mean, we might end it pretty soon. I mean, it's not really much to go off on, so.
Jersey, we just called Minnesota. I mean,
but I'll be right
you
back.
Gotta sit here and wonder.
I'll still be here.
The underperformance of key Democratic constituencies,
yes, I'm just going to turn the camera off.
The inability to expand the electorate, significant headwinds on right track, wrong track, the economy that is the envy of the world, according to the Wall Street Journal, but of course, your next door neighbor is struggling. So there's a lot to take away, and there's a lot to learn from, did we do better with young people? Did we do better with seniors? It's going to take a while to figure out, what happened. And it starts with the vice president tomorrow, who will have to address her campaign and the nation and give her own prescription. And I think from there, we're grown-ups. We've never had a problem being a grown-up party, and we will figure out how to heal the party, but also how to rebuild the party and to make sure that we hold if he is the next president, we hold him accountable. Look, tone matters, but also character. And while, the Trump team pulled out a better performance in rural areas and perhaps some of the urban areas, we got to fight. We're going to fight for the future of our country. We're going to fight for democracy. We're not going to stop fighting for women's reproductive health. We're not going to stop fighting for the America we believe in, but we also will try to make peace and extend the olive branch with the Republicans when that moment comes.
I think in this election, more than any other election in my lifetime, democracy has been thrown around by both sides more frequently than any time I've ever seen. Well, this is democracy.
Yeah.
This is democracy. And so, regardless of whether you agree with this result tonight or you don't agree with it, if, as Democrats now, they really believe in what they said, which is democracy at risk and we need to be standing up for democracy, well then, you need to stand up for this result and respect it. You don't have to agree with it. As Donna said, you can continue to argue on the issues that you think are really important to the future of the country, and you should, because that's the way the founders set up this country to be, was to be a conflict that was going to hopefully lead to compromise and resolution. Now, what I'd say to who I believe is the president-elect is that now it's up to you to decide what kind of president you really want to be. Every time after an election is over, you have an opportunity to remake yourself and to be from a candidate to a public servant. He has that opportunity now too. And we're going to be able to judge whether he meets what he said tonight and whether or not he meets the goals of what our democracy should be. And that's what I'm hoping for after tonight, is that he meets that. And if he does, the country will be better. And if he doesn't, he too will be judged.
He's aware of how the first presidency ended. John Carl just talked about January 6th, and, you can only serve 2 terms. It's a second presidency. Obviously, you're assuming he's the president-elect. We haven't officially called it. The math is clearly heading in that direction. We're just waiting to officially have the math turned into us so that we can then call it. And Rick keeps punching the numbers, make sure that hasn't come through yet, because the moment it does, we will make the projection. But a second presidency, there is opportunity to be different, right? Because there is no re-election. You know what I mean? And there was a tone tonight, and part of that message that Reince talked about, about wanting to heal, about unity.
He has to decide, David. I mean, the great thing about being an executive, in my mind, has always been, other than being a member of 435 or 100, is you get to decide every morning who you're going to be when you wake up and how you're going to acquit yourself in a job like that, where you're really the unifying leader, if you want to be. And I think that's exactly the opportunity he's got now, without having the constraint of worrying about re-election. And so that's the chance he's got, and we're going to see what he does with it. But remember what I said earlier, he's got 2 years, because this country understands what democracy means to it. It means we move on. And when a president reaches the end of his term, whether he's incredibly popular or unpopular, we move on. And so he's got 2 years to do what he says he wants to do. And if one of those things could be to bring the country together, he would be providing a great service to everybody, both the people who voted for him and the ones who didn't.
And Terry Moran, this running up the score in rural America, and I'm from upstate New York. I know people feel strongly about where they come from on both sides. It's a very divided part of the country, right down the middle. as part of this postmortem for the Democrats, we were talking about this with Donna, the Democrats you would think are going to have to figure out a way to reach again, not just to count on running up the score in the urban areas on Election Day, but finding a way to connect again with rural America. You might not win those rural counties, but you have to at least connect, and they have to feel like your message, that you hear them, that you see them.
And not talk down to them. And I think that,
yes,
one of the
I think the question is, at what point can Trump get to 270 here officially? So take a look at what's left, gray or the uncalled states. One thing to keep in mind, you see Maine is uncalled here. Remember, Maine is one of the two states where they give out the electoral votes by congressional district. And this one, the big Western Maine District 2, has been a Trump district the last two elections. We got a lot of the vote in here right now. Trump is leading by 8 points in the second district. Again, this is that, a lot of rural areas, a lot of small, mid-sized cities, like a Bangor, Maine, that kind of thing. Large blue-collar population here. Trump very plausibly, certainly right now, looking like he's going to get the one electoral vote out of the second district of Maine. Maine as a whole, you can see Harris leading by 8 points. But if Trump gets that one, that would put him at 267. Now, I say that one because look at this one, geographically big population, small state of Alaska. We now have more than half the vote is in Alaska. It reports in a very unconventional way. But Trump, with this 15-point lead, Alaska is worth 3 electoral votes. Trump has a sizable margin in what's been counted so far. If that is something that continues, if that endures, and we get more vote, that could be a way Trump reaches 270. The one electoral vote in the second district of Maine, plus the 3 electoral votes potentially out of Alaska. Need more vote to come in there to get clarity on exactly where that's going. But you can see it's been red for a long time. You see where it is right now. Might be just a question of when then. Or is something going to happen in Wisconsin or in Michigan? In Wisconsin,
we're sitting here at 266.
Right now. Trump leads by 122,000 votes statewide.
I don't think we're trying to leave any false impressions about this.
One of the big things we're waiting on is in Milwaukee County, specifically the city of Milwaukee. They count their absentee vote in one place, or they release the results.
As we look at the numbers, it is a very daunting task. And again, I'm not trying to project the possibility
more than 100,000
votes at that facility. They are very careful about this for a good reason. Under the principle that votes matter and the vote counts matter, we still have a large number of votes out of Detroit. We've been told we may get something in the next hour. Additionally, there, Wisconsin, that 122,000 vote margin is still a very significant one. But as you can see, we've got 150,000 plus votes out of Milwaukee alone. There's also the possibility that the additional electoral votes come out of Alaska. The 3 electoral votes there always gone to Republicans, I believe, in the state's history. That's a 15-point lead right now for Donald Trump. The vote is very, very slow there. And the other one out there is the second congressional district in Maine, which Trump has carried before. He's leading by about 18,000 votes. So there's still a possibility, to get him to the magic number of 270 electoral votes
Wayne
tonight.
County here.
Take us through some of the other states.
This is Detroit, but Detroit's actually not the biggest part of Wayne County. It's a lot outside Detroit, a lot of smaller cities or suburbs.
Illinois, as Terry just referenced, a place that is a lot closer
and there's still a lot to come here.
Ever
and you want to get clarity on the exact shape of what is to come.
And just looking
again,
inside of it, it's got a
38-point Joe
Biden story that is very similar to what we've seen
where Harris
in other
is running
places.
now ahead by 16 points. And again, one of the questions in Wayne County has been about the Arab American vote, has been about the Muslim American vote, the issue of the Gaza war. Was that going to take a toll on Harris's political standing? We're seeing from Dearborn, Michigan, some of the reports coming in there about what's happening in Dearborn. Harris underperforming potentially significantly there. But otherwise, when you look at Michigan, again, this is just the story we've been seeing in Wisconsin, in Michigan, even in Minnesota, in Pennsylvania, all of these states. We saw it down south earlier with North Carolina and with Georgia. You could just look at one county after another. We sort of set a benchmark at the start of the night and say it's a good night for Trump if this, it's a good night for Harris if this.
It could be an absolute clean sweep of the battlegrounds.
And we're finding, I can think of a few exceptions here, but the overwhelming share, the overwhelming number of cases here, Trump's getting what he needs. If he had a number in 2020, he needs to build on, he's building on it.
But to see things tip so consistently in the same direction, to me, is quite striking.
She's not running up the score
and that's an unexpected thing.
She wanted to. Good example of that is right here in Oakland County. She's winning it by 10. They wanted this more like 15 points. The Democrats did.
Which is quite significant.
Talked about this one just a few minutes ago. This is monster right now for Trump. It may come down a bit here as the remaining vote comes in, but he'll
in standing as far as popular vote.
Massive county here.
A bunch of
So there's
California,
opportunity here for Trump
Nevada,
potentially,
Arizona.
You know,
Yeah, I mean,
Trump is
California,
in a
because it's the biggest
pretty good
state,
position here to be winning back.
is going to
state that he
be
lost in
the
2020 had carried
biggest
this
piece of
much
it. Only about
in
half the vote is
2016.
in there, so that's
it's a question
another
of timing, I think, on maybe Wisconsin.
But it's hard to
that looks
imagine
very
that
close,
it comes in
especially
a
with
way
that
at this stage, even if it
vote
takes
by mail
another
absentee to
couple
come
of
out of
weeks.
Milwaukee. You
That
see the
changes
margin
the
there in
margin
Michigan.
there.
The question
We do
mark
have,
of Wayne.
as
You
we
see
talked
the
about, some
possibility of
significant
Maine
vote
plus Alaska
still,
getting Trump
in
there.
those upper Midwestern
Arizona and
states,
Nevada, we're just at that point now.
Arizona still has a pretty fair amount,
and then
only
it
about
starts
half the
coming out
vote in, but
incrementally over days.
It's not going to add
you
up.
see New Hampshire here, but
the math
they're
in
very,
a
very
big
slow
way.
counting with the remainder of the
Seems
vote.
like Donald Trump will
4.5
have
points down,
a
30,000
majority,
votes right there.
which is
And
something
you don't expect that to suddenly hit 100% anytime soon. So it's kind of what we're waiting on to get to that official moment. And just one other thing I would point out here, flip this over and show you the national
Thank you, Rick. I
popular
just
vote
want
at this
to
point.
read a couple of
Because
notes
Donald
coming
Trump,
in
you can
from
see
world
here, has a
leaders.
lead of more than 5 million in the
has
national
posted
popular
on social
vote.
media,
Now,
congratulations,
we've been here in
President Trump,
2020
ready
and
to work together as we did for 4
2016,
years.
and say, well, you know,
With your
California is going to
convictions
take
in
a
mind,
while
with
to come
respect
in.
and
It's going to be
ambition for more
massive for the
peace and
Democrats.
prosperity.
Of course, they'll win the
And
popular
from
vote.
Prime Minister
That is
Benjamin
very much
Netanyahu
in
moments
doubt
ago,
right
dear
now because
Donald
we've
and
had
Melania Trump,
big
congratulations on
changes
history's greatest
outside of the
comeback.
battleground
Your
in some
historic
big,
return
big
to the White
states. I
House
just want
offers
to
a new
highlight
beginning
few
for
of these
America and a
because they are
powerful
dramatic. Look, New
recommitment to
York,
the
it's
great
still
alliance
blue.
between Israel and
But look at
America.
this. New York
This is a
State,
huge
Trump has
victory
got this
and true
within 12
friendship,
points
Benjamin
with
and Sarah
94% in.
Netanyahu.
He lost this by
Martha,
23
that is the next question,
points.
how the world
He basically
responds. These
cut his
world leaders
margin in
have,
half.
many of them,
Double-digit
have
gains
interacted,
for
have
Trump
worked with
in New
Donald
York
Trump,
City.
when he was the
Take a
45th
look.
president.
We mentioned New
What is
Jersey
the
tonight
reaction
earlier.
around the world
Harris
and
wins
the
New
implications
Jersey.
there?
This is on track to be the
you
closest
heard,
margin, the closest Republicans have come to winning New Jersey potentially since 1992. Look what New Jersey was 4 years ago, a 16.5 win. Keying Trump here in New Jersey, getting this close. Heavily Hispanic areas, just leaps and strides, gains for him there. Take a look at Illinois. How about this one? 91% of the vote is in Illinois. 4 points for Harris, 17 points for Biden 4 years ago. Big, enormous blue state. Trump not winning it, but look at the popular vote margin that he's cutting into there. Another one we didn't talk anything about tonight. It's not close, but look at Maryland. 60 to 37 for Harris in Maryland. This was a 33-point state for Joe Biden a few years ago. So you're just seeing Trump lop off. Those add up potentially to millions of popular votes that he lost 4 years ago, but he's now losing tonight. And so the possibility that Donald Trump, even when California is all counted, ends up winning the popular vote in an outright majority,
I think there's a
that's
debate
very
going
real
on
right
that
now.
They are not really happy with what the Biden administration has done. It has been a slow, painful death for a lot of Ukrainian soldiers. And they have wanted more aid. They have wanted longer range missiles and have not gotten that. So there was, with one advisor in particular, he said, I don't know, maybe Trump can help us out more than anything. Maybe Putin will be afraid of him.
Interesting. John Carl, what do you make of some of the other global impact of Donald Trump returning to the White House?
It should close.
The dynamics at play,
because,
NATO,
again,
the relationship with NATO, the Biden administration, and President Joe Biden very proud of what he believed were
in the city of Milwaukee,
strengthening relationships
Look, it says only about 69% of the vote is in. Overwhelmingly, what that is the absentee vote from the city of Milwaukee.
Donald Trump didn't have a lot of policy specifics in this campaign. Frankly, in his White House, he didn't have a lot of
biggest, most democratic city, one of the most democratic cities in the state. So
he was entirely
whatever happens there, Harris is going to net
pressuring our NATO allies,
demanding
that they pay
absentee
more of our
voters released there. Look at a place like Brown County where Green Bay is 90% is in, but again, this is a place that does that absentee late separate location. So this might come down to touch. There's a few other places on the map where she's going to benefit from that late absentee count. Is it enough to overcome what is now a 120,000 vote lead for Trump statewide? That's difficult. It's not impossible for her, but that's very difficult right now.
Once again,
but to come down
a
and land back in that really tight zone we know Wisconsin likes to be in, that's very possible.
With Joe Biden under
in terms of the big picture story you see out of Wisconsin, is a continuation of the trend here in the Trump area in Wisconsin, and it's simply this: the transformation of Wisconsin politically. It is not long ago that you would have been looking at this map, even in a close race in Wisconsin, and you would have been seeing blue all over the place here, along the Mississippi River, all sorts of rural blue-collar counties. Democrats were winning right through Barack Obama in 2012, and Donald Trump came along, and we could show you counties where he's had net gains of like 40 points over what Barack Obama was doing. And you just take them one by one. They're small, rural in a lot of cases, but Trump's made further gains in those places tonight. So they just add up. You can take dozens of these counties, aggregate them together. Trump made significant gains just by adding 2 or 3 points in those places.
There's obviously been zero relationship there
at the start of the night, to look at Outagamie County, to look at Winnebago County. This is where Oshkosh is. Was Trump going to be hitting his 2020 number, or was he going to be hitting his 2016 number?
And Mary,
now it's 12 right now. There is some of that mail to come in, but right now he's above both of those. And the Democrats, meanwhile, look, they did get ahead here in Dane County, where Madison is. That 188,000 does mark a bigger margin for them out of Dane than they got last time. I think they might have wanted more out of here. But again, with that mail to come in Milwaukee, there's still a chance here for Harris in the state.
Principles of democracy that we would see a handoff.
It will be in that very close zone. And again, we just see this Michigan and Wisconsin, even in Minnesota earlier, just those rural, blue-collar
And I do think a lot about Joe Biden's legacy. I mean, we've talked a little bit about
Trump
that
just
tonight.
Squeezing more and more out of them.
There'll be a lot of questions about the decisions Joe Biden made, the timing of his decisions. I think when he decided to step down and step away from this race, he made clear he was doing so and passing the batons that Kamala Harris could continue the work. Could keep his agenda going forward and finish the job. That was his campaign phrase. Now, instead, the exact opposite is likely to happen. I mean, Donald Trump has made it pretty clear he's going to eviscerate much of Joe Biden's agenda and accomplishments, everything from the Inflation Reduction Act to foreign policy, as we've discussed, to climate change and healthcare policy. You are about to see likely, if Donald Trump, and it does certainly seem that's where we are headed, if he is once again in the White House, that he will reverse and undo a lot of what Joe Biden has done.
In addition to the mechanics of how this transition is all going to play out, that's all fascinating too. And again, this is not a question that you're going to be able to answer. But when it comes to introspection about the timing of the decision, of passing the torch, doing it when he did, supporting his vice president almost immediately, which a lot of people had great respect for. But when you look at the actual timing of it, that leads to all these other questions about had it been done sooner. Perhaps it would have given the Democratic Party more time to do some sort of a primary between people, and maybe it would have ended up being Kamala Harris. But there's just all these other scenarios that I think people are going to look back on if this goes in this direction, which obviously the math is headed there. We're just being super careful, as we should. But I'm just so curious as to the introspection and the questions that are going to be asked and looking back at these last. I mean, really, she had a 107-day campaign.
107 days. And it was, a 107-day sprint, I mean, without a primary. And we did, I will never forget, we all witnessed those hours after Joe Biden announced that he was exiting the race, to see the party coalesce around her and say, okay, we are doing this. And it came after, for weeks and even really months, so many in the party had questioned whether Kamala Harris, had what it took, if she could do this. And the party quickly sort of answered that question themselves and said, no, we're doing this, and she's the candidate that we believe has the best shot. But Joe Biden insisted until the very end. I mean, just a few weeks ago, he was saying that he still thought he could have won. It was a very bittersweet and difficult decision for him. And you do have to wonder if he is thinking, and many others in the party are thinking, he needed to make that decision a lot sooner.
Rick Klein, I know. Thank you, Mary. Rick, on Wisconsin, you're getting more of the vote total from Milwaukee.
Yeah, pretty significant shifts. We had about 16,000 additional votes just come in, 9,000 for Harris, 7,000 for Trump. That tells you the problem. When you're looking at a number like this, even when you see 138,000 estimated remaining, and that's just an estimate, how hard it is to make up ground. In addition to that, Madison, which we've been talking about, that is the Democratic stronghold, that's basically done. We're not expecting any more, our team is not expecting any more significant vote there. And we can see that drop off once again. It'll be a final number where she did not get what she wanted. And that's an area of the state that Democrats had been seeing their vote share go over and over again. That's the University of Wisconsin in Madison, a liberal enclave, almost unique in the country. And it looks like she hit a ceiling and came down a little off of it. So as we watch those votes, and again, we're still waiting on Michigan, it's so fitting with the pattern everywhere that that's part of what makes it difficult to imagine a scenario where you can make up a gap like this. It's now up to a 325,000 vote margin in Michigan, Wayne County, Detroit, a piece of that as well. There's so many factors that go into this, but at bottom, she just did not get her voters out in anywhere near the numbers that he did. And it may be the case that the voters were out there, but that he got them instead of her, that he was able to represent himself as the candidate of change.
Of change, yeah.
That's right.
I think it was obviously a country that wanted change, and they both tried to establish themselves as the candidate of change. You know, Martha Raddatz brought up the point earlier that in the end, another big question will be, did people really know Kamala Harris? And is 107 days really enough to get to know her? I know she did push for, you know, another debate, another sort of major moment interaction, sort of a tentpole political moment. And he, looking now at this strategy, smartly said, no, you know, one was plenty. And I'm going to barrel toward the election, and so will you, and try to introduce yourself in 107 days. It's a very difficult, in looking back at it, and we knew it in real time too, but we had never witnessed that as well. There have been so many moments in this campaign, obviously the attempts on Donald Trump's life, President Biden's performance in the first debate, President Biden then stepping aside, endorsing Kamala Harris within moments in a tweet, people will look back at all of the timing, all of the decisions that were made, and had they been made at different moments along the way, would the outcome have been any different?
And those moments, as we've said earlier this evening, those moments when she had a chance to define you differently than Joe Biden. And I think in the end, too, this came down to job performance. People may not have known Kamala Harris, but she's the vice president of the United States. It wasn't really favorability, unfavorability. You had job performance. And when it came down to it, voters said, I like what Donald Trump did better than what Kamala Harris and Joe Biden were doing.
And not only that, the most recent numbers going into this election, I think it went from Gary Langer's polling, other polling right in the late days, Americans look back with more favorability on Donald Trump's previous presidency, than they did at the end of his presidency coming out of it. So the revisionist sort of history. Governor Christie, I see you over there.
No, look, I think that you're going to look back on what happened in those 107 days for her and recognize that this still comes down to the candidates, right? You know, the candidates have to be able to execute. You have staff who helps put you in a better position or a worse position sometimes. But in the end, it came down to the candidates. And for this campaign, the American people decided that they saw in him more of what they wanted than what they saw in her. And so she's got to evaluate for herself too. You know, how did she perform and all the rest of it. And to show you that candidates matter, we've been talking all night about how Donald Trump, you know, people have ridden in on his coattails here. I just want to point out what happened in Maryland to show that voters are still, they discern. You know, Harris won Maryland by 23 points, and Larry Hogan only lost by 6. That means 17% of the electorate who voted for Harris turned around and voted for Hogan. Now, it wasn't enough to get Hogan over the finish line, but it tells me again that voters do make discerning choices, David. And in Maryland, a lot of people said, I want Harris, but I want Hogan, and didn't just go along with straight line Democrat or straight line Republican.
But by the way, the age also?
I just hear Rick Klein's mic.
We'll definitely go over to Rick.
Yeah, no, we just hear you chatting with your team over there.
Yeah, we're just trying to see what's new in there, and just the margin in Michigan is so large. The margin in Wisconsin is so large. It is just hard to see this, and we have just been straining ourselves to try to find it, and just making sure that the math works out. Again, to say nothing of that district in Maine and in Alaska, in addition to the results in Arizona and Nevada. There's not much to suggest in the data, and what we've seen almost in every state in the country to suggest that this is anything but a clean sweep of the battleground states when we are done counting, which we're not at this hour done.
Rachel Scott, let's look at some of these Senate races again. You know, Governor Chris Christie talked about this, and the Arizona Senate race might be the best example of what Governor Christie's talking about, which is that the voter can discern and make decisions. They can vote for somebody for president and still vote for somebody else, a different party for Senate. And it would appear that in that state, obviously, at this point, it looks like Donald Trump clearly, we haven't called Arizona, but has the lead in Arizona, but then Ruben Gallego performing much better than Kari Lake.
Yes, and this is a prime example of where you have voters in this state, this battleground state, voting for the Democratic Senate candidate, Ruben Gallego, but not supporting the Democratic at the top of the ticket, the Democratic candidate at the top of the ticket, Vice President Kamala Harris. I mean, just look at these numbers, David. You have Ruben Gallego at 51%. He's leading by about 96,000 votes compared to Kari Lake. And then you have former President Donald Trump at 50%, leading by 37,000 votes. It's fascinating here in Arizona because it's amazing to me just how closely aligned Kari Lake is to former President Donald Trump. Both never conceded their elections that they lost. She's been riding around the state with a campaign bus with his face on it next to her. She's really been trying to paint herself as a sort of on the shoulder of former President Donald Trump. Clearly, the voters in this state, and it's interesting just to hear from voters in this state, too, that were thinking about voting for former President Donald Trump and voting for Ruben Gallego. One thing that they pointed to was that Kari Lake just didn't really have enough of the policy to back it up. Maybe she had some of the baggage of some of the rhetoric, but she didn't have the record that Donald Trump had. And they liked the record that Donald Trump had 4 years ago.
Now, on the flip side, some of these other Senate races seem to not only did the top of the ticket seem to affect them, but also this incumbency, this anti-incumbency moment in the country, and the way people really feel about the economy, and whether or not they have experienced at home or with their bills or at their grocery store any sense of recovery that they're being told about in some of these metrics that we have. Let's tick through them. Bob Casey in Pennsylvania, where does that stand?
Yeah, Bob Casey in Pennsylvania, all important Pennsylvania. Let's take a look at where this stands here. You can compare and see where Bob Casey stands compared to Vice President Kamala Harris. Both of them right around the same mark here. This is a familiar trend that we're seeing in some of these blue wall states. You have McCormick, he's at 49%, ahead by 71,000 votes. Obviously, former President Donald Trump projected to win the state of Pennsylvania at 50%.
Let's move on to a couple of the other races. When do you want me to pause here, Mark? I'm asking the control room. In 10 seconds, we're just going to pause here so that the rest of the network can sync up with us here for our election, early morning election coverage here on NBC.
For all those who are awake.
Yeah, that's right. We'll take a moment. Hey, listen, I got my start at ABC on World News Now, the overnight show. So we're back. We're back, folks. Back for more. And this from President Zelensky in Ukraine. Congratulations to the real Donald Trump, at real Donald Trump, on his impressive election victory. I recall our great meeting with President Trump back in September when we discussed in detail the Ukraine-U.S. strategic partnership, the victory plan, and ways to put an end to the Russian aggression against Ukraine. So, Martha, that is Zelensky reaching out to say, we talked, we spoke, we talked about our alliance. Let's keep it going.
He doesn't have much of a choice there at this point. He has to work with Donald Trump, and he has to see what he can get out of that. I think his biggest worry is clearly what kind of bargain that Donald Trump might try to push him into with Russia. And that has been a concern all along. I mean, you've interviewed him, I've interviewed him. He has been very firm on not giving up any territory, and yet this is grinding on. They have lost so many people. And now, of course, Russia has had to rely on North Korea. They have 10,000 troops in the Kursk area going into that will be on the front lines fighting Ukrainians. So this is getting out of control there. We'll see if Donald Trump is indeed the president when he does.
And Zelensky, as we know, is politically astute, watches U.S. politics very closely, as he has to, because he knows the future of that conflict rests on his partnership with the U.S. Rachel, let's come back to this discussion. We go to Michigan. It would seem to me Bob Casey's numbers are closer than Kamala Harris, the Bob Casey, Dave McCormick. So that's yeah, Dave McCormick does not seem to have the number that Donald Trump has. Yeah, that's what I was remembering from the numbers. So anyway, that's a little closer. We'll have to see where that lands at the end of, I guess, this next 24 hours here. But let's work our way through. Michigan, Alyssa Slotnick, they're both trying to fill the seat of Stabenow, Senator Stabenow, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. And Alyssa Slotkin, Mike Rogers actually represented the same district right around Lansing. You can see where they are here. Again, another example where you have former President Donald Trump's strong performance in this state really elevating the Republican candidate that is on the ticket, where you have voters in this state voting down ballots. So Alyssa Slotkin, 46%. You have Vice President Kamala Harris at 45%, so she did slightly better in this state. And then you have Mike Rogers ahead by 215,000 votes. Former President Donald Trump leading Vice President Kamala Harris there by 322,000 votes at this point.
Wisconsin, Senator Tammy Baldwin is trying to hold on to her job. Eric Hovde, Republican businessman, he's in the lead at this point. But again, not quite what Donald Trump's number is. She's outperforming Kamala Harris. Still, that's extraordinarily close.
Yeah,
huh?
yeah, this is very close. This could turn out to be a nail biter, and we've been following and tracking these votes. His lead actually narrowing here over the last hour or so. So this is one we're going to be paying close attention to. But you have to imagine Tammy Baldwin, well known in the state of Wisconsin. Again, she has been in public office for about 40 years in Wisconsin. And here you have Hovde getting this close. Baldwin has never had to run a race. She's never had to win re-election with someone like Donald Trump at the top of the ticket. So it does beg the question, what kind of impact did Vice President Kamala Harris have?
Yeah, and Tammy Baldwin's an example of someone who really has tried to go to every corner of the state, rural counties, urban counties. She's very proud of her Made in America stance, and also, for example, the Affordable Care Act. She wrote part of the act that encouraged you to be able to be covered under your parents' insurance, I guess, when you were a young adult. So those are the kinds of sort of bread and butter things that she's known for. But again, Donald Trump's success might have helped lift Eric Hovde here in the state of Wisconsin. Down the other, Jackie Rosen, I guess, in Nevada. We could check to see Sam Brown seemed to be lifted by Donald Trump's strength there as well. Yeah, look at how close that is.
Yeah, this is another one that is just awfully close here. You have Jackie Rosen at 47%, Sam Brown 47%, 0.2 separating these two. He's ahead right now by 2,600 votes at this point. Vice President Kamala Harris, we see her at 46, Donald Trump at 51. This one is going to be another nail
Down the
biter.
wire. And where do we have outstanding vote in Nevada at this point?
Yeah, the Nevada vote that's still out. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, so Las Vegas is a little bit of a smaller dot. Reno is a battleground, so that's why it's purple on your screen here, and you have some more rural areas as well. So, you know, Las Vegas, Clark County is by far the largest population center. We're estimating about 55,000 votes left there, but it is splitting about evenly. This is actually maybe a mild surprise for the night so far, because so many areas that are a 50-50 split seem to have fallen in one direction or the other. But it's worth remembering that it wasn't long ago that Democrats could win by a couple of points. I mean, that was an 8 or 9 point margin there for Joe Biden in Clark County.
Yeah.
That's what powered the victory. For Donald Trump, he looks like he'll only lose it by about a single percentage point tonight.
I mean, just Clark County is just an example of what we've been talking about all night long. Donald Trump with his best performance out of all three of these campaigns.
And this is a county that is very diverse, a lot of union members. They were hit very hard by the COVID pandemic. Some of his promises to union members, like not taxing tips, very, very popular there. A big Latino vote, as in many parts of Nevada. And it seems, you know, to get to parity in Clark County is a powerful message. And it's part of what we're seeing tonight, which is just a realignment. I mean, these are the kind of election results that we'll be talking about, I think, for many years, many decades. This is what appears to be at the presidential level, a clean sweep of the battlegrounds or something close to it. And between the Senate races and other down ballot races, some real inroads that Republicans made with the kind of voters that have been and had been Democrats for quite some time now.
Yeah, and I think it would seem from the exit polling that people just do not feel like that they're better off, that they don't feel like this was an economy for them these last few years in this country. And we do know that the country was emerging from a pandemic. The industrial nations of the world all sort of went through this as well. But people live through their own experience. They just don't feel like life has gotten better as far as the prices they're paying and the bills they're paying, their insurance rates that they're paying. And just in Nevada, we were just looking at Nevada, the housing prices. Martha talked about that earlier. Just such a huge issue when you travel these states. You hear people just talk about the cost of everything.
Yeah, that's right, David. And I think people blamed Harris because she's part of the Biden administration for it. We saw it so clearly in our polling, and there was this disconnect throughout. That if you looked at the polling a certain way, and you looked at the issues, you'd say, how can Kamala Harris possibly win this thing? If you looked at it, though, through the personal attributes, you say, how can Donald Trump possibly win this election? And people seem to have said, you know what, I will go with the issues. I'll go with the person who seems to be speaking to me and to the issues that matter to me, even if, as half the people said in our poll, they think he's a fascist, even if they think he is much less honest and trustworthy, even if they have real fears about how he would govern.
I think you really hit on something, Rick, because we saw this from the exit poll at the very beginning of the night from Lindsay, that the unfavorable rating on Donald Trump was quite a bit higher than the unfavorable on Kamala Harris. But to Martha Raditz's point, the anecdote that you shared with us earlier this evening, the gentleman who said, I couldn't vote for him in 2020, I was disgusted, or whatever, I'm paraphrasing, disgusted by what things that he had said or had done. But that this time he'd sort of hold his nose on the words, the rhetoric, and just hope that we get back to why life was better economically for this gentleman that you're speaking of.
Yeah, exactly. And he couldn't vote for him in 2020, but his business has gone south. In fact, I was just looking up another voter who said his costs on material alone on his business, he has a commercial roofing business, are 150% higher across the board. So it's not just they're not feeling this, they're seeing this. Again, this is their truth. Donald Trump can say anything he wants to and exaggerates and has mistruths, but this is their truth. Their grocery bills, they're 150% higher costs across the board. This family was doing really well when I met them in 2020. Their business was thriving. It is no longer. He said they're basically living paycheck to paycheck. It's the most challenging time they've ever had. So.
Really interesting. And it makes you wonder, again, this is a change moment in the country. We witness these often. Even if it was another candidate that late in the game, had the Democrats gone with somebody else, if the anti-incumbency, anti-Democrat, the economy, the feelings from the economy would have swept Donald Trump back into office.
Or would you have had a candidate who didn't have to be in so many ways so loyal? She's the vice president of the United States. She can't really say we really messed up.
No, and when you that question on The View, and that played over and over again in the swing states as a campaign ad, Sonny Hostin asking, you know, is there anything, and just the pause and saying, well, I can't think of anything, you know, again, to Governor Chris Christie's point earlier, that a candidate has to perform in those moments. But we all know as human beings, she's probably trying to navigate that in that moment. How do I critique my boss on national television and keep moving? But that's part of it. And that's the hard part, obviously. The challenging part, it goes back forever, of a vice president running after serving a president in an administration.
You know, David, that's why this stuff is hard. But if you want to be president, that's what you got to do. I mean, the bottom line is you got to know that there were differences between Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. There had to be times that she disagreed with what he did or did not do. And at that moment, you've got to be willing to be honest with the American people.
And it's an obvious question.
Yes, and I think, you know, the problem is, it's not, I think it's just as much that they felt like she wasn't being honest as it was that she didn't have a delineated difference. Like, they looked at her and said, come on. You've got to be kidding me. You did nothing? Nothing you would do differently? I mean, I've been married to my wife for 39 years. I mean, we could come up with, on a daily basis, things that I do or she do that we would do differently. It doesn't mean you have any less affection for the person. She could say, look, I think Joe Biden's a wonderful guy and I think he's been a great president, but I would have done these things differently. People would have looked at her much differently, I think.
I also keep thinking of beyond that question of what would you do differently, and I think we all agree it is very hard to cast yourself as the candidate of change when you are the sitting vice president. But the other question that she kept being asked, and that we were still asking when I interviewed her last week, was, you know, what is day one? What is that first top priority? And it took her a while to find the right message for that. And I think back to covering Joe Biden's race, and it was a refrain in every speech. Day one, this is what I'm gonna do. On day one, here's the first thing I'm gonna do. And she got around to it, to saying, well, it's gonna be this package of economic proposals. I'm gonna start with, you know, lowering costs for prescription drugs and bringing down housing costs and bringing down the price of groceries. But it just was a messaging issue. It took her a while to get to that point, and it wasn't breaking through. And so I think you combine that with not being able to articulate those clear-cut differences from Joe Biden, especially on the economy, when people just aren't feeling what you are saying. Inflation's coming down, but if I don't feel it in my wallet, it doesn't matter. That combination is a really hard one to overcome.
And you know, David, history has shown, history.
A 108-day campaign. Look, I work for a sitting vice president. And let me just tell you, we had 2 years, and it was 537 votes. This was 107 days. I mean...
Al Gore. For the audience at home, you're talking about Al Gore.
Al Gore and the year
I was there with you,
2000.
Don.
And thank you for not talking about Florida, because I get PTSD. But, you know, 3 days, 2 weeks into a campaign, you still had a piece of paper. It took another month. This is basic stuff that you put together for a candidate. There's no polling, no focus groups, no way to project how this candidate is going to actually come on the national stage from vice president to president. Look, we still have a lot of analysis to do. We know where she's fallen short. We know where the Democrats underperform, especially in so-called blue states. But at the end of the day, I still believe that the Democratic Party only had 1 or 2 paths. And Joe Biden, when he decided to step back, it was to allow the vice president to step forward or to go through a really chaotic process. And the party decided, because there were delegates, to go ahead and step forward, and that's what she did. So I'm not going to sit here and say, well, she couldn't answer this question. She couldn't do it this way. She didn't go to North Carolina enough. There will be plenty of time to analyze all of that. But tonight, I think the conversation is Donald Trump, because I was there in 2016, and here I am again in 2024. What did he find, 3 or 4% more voters in these rural areas? Why didn't Democrats detect that Donald Trump was making incremental gains the way he did in 2016 when the wall was broken? So there are a lot of questions that the Democrats have to answer about their coalition, but the fundamentals of having a 107-day campaign and candidate, that's something that the Democrats will also have to discuss, but the country is already making up their minds.
Well, I think that one of the biggest problems with the View answer is that she started at the convention as this candidate of change. I mean, she found this niche, and it was going well. And it started wearing off, and she decided to go on The View. And we all know the answer was that she couldn't think of anything new that she would do. At the same time, Donald Trump was talking about deporting criminals that were here illegally. He was talking about ending these wars within 24 hours, walk into the White House. He talked about drill, baby, drill, cheap gas, cheap groceries. And when the 2 biggest issues are the border and immigration, and people don't like where we're at today on those 2 big issues, and Donald Trump is the guy that's going to break where we're at on those 2 big issues, he becomes the change candidate. And when she went on The View and said she would do nothing different than Joe Biden, she reestablished herself as just the Biden administration going on and on and on. And it never really,
All right, I think we're gonna end it right here. I have to get some sleep, wake up tomorrow as well, so I got some work to do. But we'll be back tomorrow. Tonight it's... you can probably call it give it to Trump, because at this point I don't know what Kamala can pull out. And they're pretty... Like, what can she do at this point? Pennsylvania, it goes Trump. Like, there's literally like 200,000 difference. So it's 96% finished reporting. Nevada, oh my god, Trump is leading at 51%, 91% reporting. Yeah, Nevada, I oh my god, that is, like I said many times, I did not like Nevada. I thought it was going to be straight up like landslide for Kamala, but no, turn red. But yeah, some news outlets are calling for Trump, so I don't blame them. I mean, he really only needs literally just one more confirmation, and it's a wrap. But it's probably gonna go on till tomorrow or the next day. So we'll be back tomorrow, and then we'll continue this. Definitely a lot more energy. But for now, we're gonna end it.